All right, everybody, what's going on? What's up, everybody? Let me go ahead, get my little background music going here. All right, a little royalty-free background music going on here. All right, so this is my wind down time, and I'm going to be talking about quite a few topics here today. Let me go ahead and get my cam started. All right, we in the his house. What's up, everybody? All right, so there's been quite a few things going on in Black YouTube, and I need to turn this down so I can concentrate a little bit more on what I'm talking about here. But there's been a lot going down over here in this sector of Black YouTube. And you know, I'm about as messy as the rest of you all. I'm going to talk about a few things tonight. So as we do down, as I grab my wine, because we know we're going to have to sip to some of this tea that's going around here in these YouTube streets. First things first. Is it going to be a civil war in the manosphere between the real men and the faggles? All right, y'all, let's get to it, okay? Because shout out to Super Sly 75 for doing this, but he's always on top of it. And what he did was he put out a video not too long ago about Kevin Samuels. It's been playing around all over YouTube. Now, me being a newbie, I don't want to play it on my program because, you know what they like to do to us small people. Yeah, they will rake us over the coals. So I leave that to the bigger sharks, okay? But they did play the live stream where Kevin Samuels was very vocal in inquiring about another man's package. And so now here it is. We're sitting here wondering what the hell, right? Because we really look up to this guy. We think that this guy is some kind of guru on masculinity, that he has the golden ticket into telling every one of us how it is that we can level up and get the mates that we want. But who exactly are we getting this dating advice from? So, we're going to go ahead and, dabble into a little messiness. I can get messy. I can be messy. But before we do, yes, let's get our drink on. I want to say hello. What's up to everybody? What's up, DERELL? DERELL just put out yet another hit single here in Black YouTube. All I want is a light-skinned girl. And that is also perfect for what I have to talk about here as well, because that right there, you know what? It wasn't funny because it was actually soothing. I put it in my playlist, by the way, because I need something that I can wind down to at nighttime. And DERELL has a very soothing, sexy, sensual voice. And I just want to say thank you, DERELL, for the shout out. I appreciate it. But what's up at Bixme and Miss Gigi? Thanks for being some of the first people to pile in. Let's learn about Crystal. Hey, yes, girl. I had to make you a mod, okay? Definitely had to. Focus 365, what's going on? I see some new people in here today. Love it. Welcome. Welcome to the Faith Show. So, guys, let's see what's going on here with this whole Kevin Samuels situation. Because I've been saying for the longest time that something is a little suspect about him. Those tight suits, those overly tight pants that he be wearing. It was something suspect. The time that I saw him with those feathers in his shoe, I kind of said to myself, something might not be all the way together about this man. Something's not all the way together. And see, I don't know about the rest of you ladies, but I happen to like my man with a little machismo. I like a little machismo in my man because, see, I'm the one that's supposed to be bringing the femininity. So when there's a man coming in with his metrosexual powers of femininity to rival mine, I feel a little, something's not right about that dynamic. I need to be the one to bring the feminine aura into the situation. And both of us cannot be divas in the household, okay? I feel as if any woman that's married to Kevin Samuels, you guys would be fighting over that bathroom mirror, definitely. And there can't be two divas in a household. Two divas in a household definitely will not work for me. Also, the machismo part of it. Okay, Kevin Samuels, he doesn't really exude machismo, in my opinion. He exudes a lot of arrogance, like a woman. There's women who act arrogant and they're bitchy. And Kevin Samuels has that arrogant woman bitchy feel to him. So we will be, can you imagine being married to Kevin and he's another feminine energy in the household with a bitchy side? Like you're both going, there's cat fights all through the house. I can't have that. See, my man has to have machismo. And machismo does not look like you with in the fighting me over the full view mirror, okay? My man has to, he cares about what he looks like, sure enough, but he's gonna check himself out in that full view mirror for about 5 minutes and get the hell out of my way so I can print and do all my girly stuff. I don't need you printing and doing all your girly stuff, more than I'm doing my girly stuff. I mean, that's just gonna cause too much division in the household. And that's what the Kevin Samuels brand, you know what brand I'm alluding to. That's what the Kevin Samuels brand says to me. Ladies, how many of you would totally dominate a man like Kevin Samuels if he was your husband? Let's just be honest. He's not the macho type of guy. Definitely not. Now, maybe his level of bitchiness may be a little bit above yours. And that's the only way I could see him out feminizing you. But, Kevin would do well with a masculine woman. Kevin would do well with a woman that is not as feminine as he is, because he would definitely be in competition with that bitch. Yes, he would. He sure would. Exactly, Alyce. I'm not competing with no man. No man. I'm not competing with any man. Yes, yes. Alyce says, can't out bitch a bitch though. Exactly. And see, who's the bigger bitch? I mean, would I be the bigger bitch, or would Kevin be the bigger bitch? Inquiring minds would like to know. Now, see, I like men like DERELL, like BMT, O'Shea. You know, guys that bring a hefty amount of masculinity to the table. You know, I can't deal with that high value bitchy nonsense. Okay, you're a high value man. You bring in $10,000 a month. But if the shit goes down, you're going to be hiding behind my skirt tails wanting me to protect you. I don't think so, Kevin. I don't think so. I think I would take the macho guy that makes slightly less than me over you any day. What say you ladies? What say you ladies? Would you take the slightly less high value man that's a little bit more macho over Kevin? Miss Gigi said, yes, babe. That was quick. She answered that real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Alyce says, a man who won't be fighting you for designer clothing and shoes and bags. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I can't take that feminine energy in my household. It can't be two bitches in my household, just like it can't be two women in the kitchen. No, no. Oh, thank you, Alyce. I'm very relaxed. I had a couple of shots earlier, and this is like probably my fourth drink. It takes a lot for me to get drunk, though. Let's Learn About Crystal says she would definitely take the macho man. That's what I'm talking about. You know, I cannot deal with any type of guy that wears feathers in his shoes, carries a man purse. What do they call that? They call it a merce. I can't do that. I mean, if you're sitting up here rocking, you have a male Michael Kors collection, okay? That's going to take away from you adding to my Michael Kors collection, okay? Wait a minute. I see something coming in the mail. I think it's for me. I look and I see Michael Kors on the tag, but it's a merce. What the hell am I going to do with a merce? Oh, Kevin runs in. Oh, that's mine. The fruity laugh. I don't think so. I don't think so. T Black says he's not even high value. High value is not how much money you make. It's about character, and his character is non-existent. And see, that's the point. It depends on character, because see, even Kevin Samuels himself, he says that the people determine what value is. Okay, so in our case, you know, it would be the women determining what the high value is as far as what we're concerned. But every time someone asks Kevin Samuels about women determining what we deem to be high value, then he goes back to the military ranking system about how men rank each other. He wants to completely ignore the fact that in the sexual marketplace and the dating marketplace, women are the ones that determine what we like. And we don't like men like Kevin Samuels. No woman in here finds Kevin Samuels particularly appealing, attractive. Nobody wants to see Kevin Samuels, as Obsidian would say, naked. Hi, an Aries queen. I'm an Aries queen. I'm going to say that right one day. I'm going to say it right one day. I'm an Aries queen. DERELL says, look how he smiled in the pics with the white girls. Exactly. And the thing about it is, some of those older streams that he used to do, when a white woman would randomly just walk up to him while he's doing a live stream and be like, oh, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Like, how many of you don't know that that was just so choreographed, so scripted? I mean, I looked at that and I said, these random white chicks, I have yet to do a live stream out in a restaurant and somebody randomly comes up and interrupts my live stream. Do you know the level of cussing out that person would get for doing that? But he wants us to believe that these beautiful, slutty looking, random white women are running up and interrupting his live stream just to talk to the likes of his tight jean wearing ass. Yeah, when pigs fly. When pigs fly, Kevin, do we all believe that? Exactly. DERELL. I'm just telling the truth. I'm only saying what everybody else has been thinking all this time. Yes, Alyce, I don't believe it either. Okay. He paid those hookers $40 each to go up to the cameras. You know what? If Kevin, let me know when you're going to be in Phoenix, okay? Because if you want a black woman to pretend that she's into you, I can pretend very well. You know, I can do the whole fake submission thing very well. You know, like how you some of you high value men like for us to do it. We can fake submission and admiration very well. If you pay me just the right amount of money, Kevin, like I can't do $40 like those white hookers that you paid. But if you pay me just the right amount of money, and we'll negotiate that, just email me at thefaithjoneschannel@gmail.com, and I will randomly show up at the airport, just like those white hookers you paid, and go, oh my God, you're doing a live stream? Oh my goodness, can I be part of the live stream? Please? Oh my God, those glasses are so cute. Can I wear those glasses, Kevin? Oh, Kevin, you're so handsome. Oh my God, I can't get enough of you. Oh goodness, look at him. Look at the suit. Oh my goodness, girl. Oh my gracious. Oh. Yeah, Kevin, I can act. I can act just like the white girl. So if you need an actual black girl validation, hit me up, thefaithjoneschannel@gmail.com, and we'll negotiate with that price with you. Oh, yes, DERELL. I'm in Phoenix. It's beautiful out here. You know what? This time of year, our winters are so, how can I say, Jonesy. It's 70 degrees every morning. Now at nighttime, though, it does get a little chilly around the high 50s and the low 60s at nighttime. But you know what? You can still go swimming in the swimming pool. So I love our winters here. This is like my time of year, and I can wear my thigh-high boots, y'all. Girl, yes, we are all acting on YouTube. Yes, we are. We have lights, camera, action, makeup, set, background. We're all actors on YouTube. So this is what I'm saying. Kevin Samuels, you know, you do not have to go that far to pay these white women to, you know, act for you. There are plenty of us aspiring actresses on YouTube and aspiring men actors. You can get men if you want to finally come out of the closet. Not saying that you are or anything like that, but heaven forbid you do finally come out and you want that male aspect. There are few male YouTubers that currently lick up behind you and kiss your ass that would definitely love to be one of your male groupies and act in your film. Yeah, DERELL dropped that song today. And like I said, it was so nice and mellow, guys. Really nice and mellow. D has a really nice voice. He should definitely look into trying to do R&B. I'm talking about professionally because he has that crunk tune. I like the tune that he used. The music was just so mellow. It's something that I could kind of lay back to and just kind of, relax. Oh, yes, girl. Alyce, he can sing. He can sing. Let's learn about Crystal. It is beautiful out here. Very beautiful. Miss Gigi said, people still think that's my best when I'm holding back. At Bixby says, yes, babe, just like that. Yes. T Black says he's in the closet. You can say it. You know what? I don't want to say it because I don't want anybody coming after me, with their lawyers and all this type of stuff. Then I'm going to have to get a lawyer. I'm going to have to call my girl, Reigning Womb Man, because she's lawyered up. If you want to find a lawyer in your city, Reigning Womb Man has the connections. Yes. Uh-oh, what's up, Rudem? I am drinking Stella Rosa Black. This is my bottle right here. You guys see the label? Let me put it up here in the camera. This is Stella Rosa Black. So this is what I will be drinking on tonight. And it's very smooth, very mellow, and it has a little, sweet taste to it, but not too sweet. That's the reason why I like it. Like I used to really, really like sweet wines. I used to buy like Manischewitz and what's that other one, Morgan David. But they're, the older I get, my palate is a little bit different. I like a more sophisticated taste. And Stella Rosa is that nice, sophisticated, sweet wine that is not too sweet, but at the same time is not too dry. So it is for the definite, sophisticated sipper for sure. Yes, Alyce. Yes, it's more refined. So it's definitely for the grown and sexy people and only the sexy people. So what do you guys think about this whole situation with Kevin Samuels? Do you think that the Manosphere is going to finally have what you call a civil war within the Manosphere? Do you think that these guys are finally going to hash it out about their differences, about their issues? Because I've been noticing this for some years now. For some years now, there have been some guys running around that Manosphere doing a lot of suspect shit. A lot of suspect stuff. Just like we had BGS Zidmore come out and say that he would fuck somebody or suck somebody's dick. I forget which one it was, but that was some suspect ass shit that BGS said. And, it was a thing, it kind of, exploded, but then they kind of tamped it down a little bit. They kind of, the people that were on for him, they just kind of, saved him a little bit and he didn't speak any more of it. Miss Gigi, you think they're going to get a reality check? Because, Kevin, he's going live now and he's still getting people sending him these $50 and $100 super chats. He's raking in the money. He's still raking in the money. Alyce says, I think Kevin Samuel has done more questionable business practices than his alleged sexuality, but the Manosphere seems only to care about this. Yeah. There's a lot of rumors going around about Kevin Samuel scamming folks out there in Atlanta. And I haven't really done my research on it, so I don't want to speak too much on it. But I will say that there are definitely scamming allegations with his name surrounding it. And can I say that without getting in trouble? Allegedly. Like Tasha K like to say, allegedly. Yeah, and Edward Anderson, yes. And see, these guys, like I said, for the longest time, I had been looking at them with the side eye. Like, you guys are kind of looking suspect. There's one thing to be, critical of Black women and critical of the women that you're dating, but when you start going off into the realm of, I just don't like these bitches at all, like a certain YouTuber who shall remain nameless has said, I kind of like him a little bit, even though he's a little pipsqueak asshole. But he's stated many, many times that he don't like these bitches at all. And so when I hear Black men who are supposed to be masculine making statements like they don't like women at all, to me that raises a red flag. And then they try to convince other men that they shouldn't be into trying to be with a woman in no way, shape, form, or fashion. They talk down on men who are married. If you're a married man, oh, you can forget it. What are you getting married for? ARC just got married. Congratulations, ARC. ARC just announced that he's having his child. Congratulations again. ARC is winning. Now you would think that this would all be great on news, that this would be wonderful. But no, they're calling ARC a simp for getting married, for settling down, for having a child. This is simp activity. So, I have to question what is it that these guys are complaining about when they're complaining about Black women? Because you would think that they're complaining about the caliber of Black women that they're running into, because they want to one day have what men like ARC has, men like DERELL, men like BMT, men who have settled down and gotten married. But every time one of them settles down and gets married, they're a simp. Every time one of them expresses any type of love for the opposite sex, is simping. What exactly is this? What exactly is this? Okay, because you can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and complain about your dating options, but then when you see actual men in your camp finding happiness, now you're complaining that they're finding happiness. To me, this should be inspiration. You're complaining about the fact that none of you can find happiness, and then when there are handfuls of you finding this elusive happiness that you all complain about, that you all claim is impossible to find, all of a sudden these guys over here are finding it, and you're hating. Oh, let's learn about Crystal. We're going to examine this. We need to find out exactly what's really going on, because I'm sick and tired of the double talk, and that's what's going on here in the manosphere. A lot of double talking. Yes, T Black. Kevin Samuels was divorced twice. Okay, and the women left him. He did not leave them. So while he's sitting up here clowning people, asking women, oh, where's your husband? I've heard him on his show several times when the women get to talking and questioning him about his methods. His favorite question to ask is, well, what does your husband feel about that? And see, this is going to prompt the woman to say whether or not she has a husband or not, right? But consider the source. Consider who's prompting you to reveal whether or not you have a man or not. The man who doesn't have a woman. The man who was divorced twice. The man who isn't married right now. But he's going to sit here and make you feel like shit because you're not. Interesting, right? But I noticed that I don't expect anything from any of these females that call up to Kevin's show. They're a little low IQ for me. Kevin blocked me from his show. I can't call. I can't even comment in the comment section. He has me blocked on both ends. Because you know I would definitely question that ass as to why you want to know what my marital status is when you're sitting up here a whole single 50-something-year-old dude. I'll tell you my story if you tell me yours, Kevin. Tell me why nobody has scooped you up, or tell me why you're not scooping anybody up. Tell me why. Just tell. Just tell me. Alyce, you said you were blocked too? Yeah. See, all the real people that's really, really going to give him that smoke, he's not letting them in. We're never going to get in. He's going to let all the weaklings, the dummies, the people that has, what do they call it, mush for brains, they call in and they ask some of the dumbest ass questions. And then they let him just roll off on them. I'm an Aries Queen. This says, I like really clean men. I see women getting with him and then being turned off from his ladylike ways. Exactly. Sassafras. Sassafras. Yes, he's very feminine. Very feminine. Chad says very feminine. And that's the thing. Most feminine women are attracted to masculine men. And see, this is something that Kevin Samuels doesn't discuss on his show. Why is it that he discusses nothing but high value and what a man has in his wallet, his social currency, and all of this other bullshit, but he never discusses. Just go back and look at his videos. He never discusses masculinity. Well, here's why. You cannot discuss what you know nothing about. Kevin Samuels knows nothing about masculinity. As a matter of fact, for him demanding all this femininity, wanting to know what a woman's dress size is, how tall she is, and all this other rigmarole. And oh yeah, shout out everybody, go to my community tab, because see, every woman is not a size 6, and every woman who isn't a size 6 is not going to look bad in a dress. I'm, for example, not a size 6, even though I am losing weight. I'm still in the overweight category according to the BMI charts. But please go to my community tab. I did post a new photo. Okay, I may not be a size 6 like Kevin Samuels keeps touting on his show. However, a lot of men don't know that they are actually attracted to a female stallion until they see one. A lot of men don't like black butt until they see the black butt that they want. It's all about what each and every person finds attractive. But DERELL says he likes women that wear size 8 to 12. And that's about the norm. Okay, anything over, I would say a size 14 for some women who are even taller than I am. Okay, and it really depends on your height weight ratio, because the taller you are, the more you can weigh, and those curves are going to level out. Okay, if you're shorter, the shorter you are, the less you need to weigh. Simple as that. But in black women terms, most of our weight tends to land in a certain area that I will not disclose. We know what that area is, the hip, thigh, butt area, right? Because we as black women tend to be more curvier creatures. So there's no BMI chart that can actually explain the figure of the black woman, which is why they actually had a long time ago a black woman as a circus freak shot sideshow, because she was in the category of being morbidly obese, but them curves were falling in all the right places. And she was a circus freak shot sideshow. Hottentot Venus is what they called her, because they were so amazed by her voluptuous curves in all the right places. And ladies, if you are African, if you are of African descent, that is our, how can I say, blessing. Okay. I believe it was Chaz B98, or no, it was Gia Girl that commented under my picture that I posted on my community tab. And she's right. You know, Patrick and Brad is the ones that came up with the BMI chart, but they're talking about their fat ass, no shape, potato sack looking white women, not us black women. They're not talking about us. DERELL said, I don't like seeing reds. Exactly. Alyce says Kevin Samuels would chastise you for that, even though you are more high value than him, DERELL. Yes, Sarah Bartman, that was her name. They called her Hottentot Venus. She was from South Africa, and they took her on tour to look at her body like she was a sideshow, the Hottentot Venus. Exactly. Oh, Alyce with the history. But yes, you know, I have to question men like Kevin Samuels, okay? I have to question their motives. I have to question if they're really trying to help anybody, okay? Like I said, in his earlier shows, he really showed who he was. He really showed what he was all about in his earlier shows. But now that he's getting famous and people are scrutinizing him more, he's starting to dial back a few little things. Like when he first came out, he would counteract people asking about high value, you know, by saying that his show is for high value men, and that the men who were complaining were just angry because they're not high value men. And I saw him quickly start dialing that back when he realized that there's only a small segment of black men in the sector that are high value men. And he hasn't yet captured the broad audience of other races. So right now, he's only talking to the small amount of black men who are not high value that watches his broadcast. So he changed it up a little bit and said that his broadcast is for men who are high value or want to be high value. So that just included everybody in a nice little neat, well-wrapped package of bullshit. Bullshit. That's what I call bullshit. Now, his fragrance videos didn't do a whole lot of numbers. That's the reason why he started catering his dating advice to women. You know, there's a lot of money to be made on the low self-esteem of black women, unfortunately. And unfortunately, we tend to fall for it every single time. And, you know, that is something that I don't like. I really don't. You know, it's bad enough that black women, we are trying to find our self-esteem. We finally stopped having out of wedlock births. We finally start trying to direct our attention towards other things, but you know, we don't know exactly what those other things ought to be. And so we're just kind of out here scrambling, looking for the answers. And so people like Kevin Samuels, seeing that we are scrambling now, looking for answers, trying to improve, trying to self-improve, he has decided that he's going to hone in on that market. And he's doing absolutely more damage than good. That's what I see. T Black says he spends more time criticizing men who claim to want to be high value and questions why women want one. Exactly. And here's my thing. I think that we as black people, we complicate dating a little bit too much, because dating is going to be a little bit more complicated for Black people, because there's no such thing. Oh, sure, baby. My grandson has, I allowed him to drink one of these at nighttime rather than have a sugary snack. Okay, there you go, sweetie. Right. Oh goodness. My frame of mind. I left. I don't even remember what I was going to say. Yes, we do. I'm sorry. Thank you, Alyce. You put me back on track. We complicate dating so much. TJ. 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 No, no, you may not go out there. You didn't even ask. I'm gonna go to bed. It's past 9 o'clock. You can have your little drink, but I need you to go to bed now. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so where was I? Okay, yes, yes. We complicate the whole dating process, because here it is. Okay, we have all these tiers, we have all these layers that we have decided that we're going to put people in. We decided that we are going to put people in these boxes, so to speak. Okay, and everybody is a one size fits all situation. So you have high value men, and all they want is high value women that are eights, nines, or tens. So all the eight, nines, or tens, she want the men making $10,000 or more, irregardless to what type of character they have, irregardless to anything. Okay, so here's the thing that the high value men are getting angry about is when the eight, nines, or tens don't want them, because there's a little bit more to the high value than meets the eye. Thank you, Third Ward. Because the eight, nines, or tens, of today is not the same as the eight, nines, or tens back in the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and even the 70s. Okay, back in those times, the eight, nines, or tens, they didn't care about things like looks, what a man looked like. Okay, that was like the least of their worries, because there was more of an economic thing going on. There wasn't that much opportunity as far as jobs and making money for women. Women were living in a lot of abject poverty during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But you fast forward to today, women have just as much opportunities as men do. Women can make just as much money as men make. So now that women are securing their own bag, and there's no need for us to just settle for anything, just for the name of money, because you're an 8, 9, or 10. Now these high value men are finding themselves competing with the guys who are 8, 9s, or 10s that don't have as much money as them. Okay, and so here's the thing: if you are a woman and you're making 100,000 a year, okay, you got your own bag. You can pretty much take care of yourself. So you're going to pretty much negotiate if you're 8, 9, or 10, and you want a guy that you're attracted to who's also an 8, 9, or 10 and has a decent salary. And when I say decent, I mean, okay, he may not make 100,000 a year, but he's at least making 60,000 a year. You get with him, the two of you together have a $160,000 household. Can you live comfortably? Absolutely. You can live comfortably. So now these women are saying, okay, I got the guy that not only does he make decent enough money, but I'm attracted to him too, and I can be happy. So these women don't want to fake. They don't want to fake like they like you anymore. They don't. And a lot of women enjoy having a career now. And that's the other thing that a lot of these high value male people, they leave out of the equation. They leave out of the equation that the woman has a certain satisfaction in climbing her own career ladder and getting her own career accolades and having her own achievements. These guys, they underestimate how important that is to these women. And so what they do instead is they try to downplay a woman getting her degree. They try to downplay the woman earning the title of CEO at the company. They try to downplay all of the woman's achievements and say that it means nothing if she's not a size 6. It means nothing if she's not an 8, 9, or 10. So this is the rigmarole that people like Kevin Samuels is pushing out here. But in the real world, when you meet these 8, 9s, or 10s who are these career women, and you ask them, okay, do you want to, sit at home and not pay substantial bills? The women that got their own bags, that for real, not the women that call into Kevin Samuels show. Because I really believe that the women that call the Kevin Samuels show, they're lying, okay? The women that I know in real life, like the real Dana, that's actually making 6 figures, the women I know in real life that actually make 6 figures, that actually have something going for themselves, they like the satisfaction of what they achieve in their career. And they want men that not only are maybe their financial equal, but they might take someone that makes a little bit less, just a little bit. They would, make those conjectures, but they want somebody that they're also compatible with, that they're attracted to. And see, they downplay all of this. Kevin Samuels downplays all of this when he takes that away from the women, when he does not listen to the women that call in and say that they want somebody that they are compatible with. Yes, Dana, the weight landed all the way. Dana has a chest so big. And you know what? Dana is like the Hottentot Venus. Okay, if Dana was to ever stand up on her show and show you all that voluptuous body of hers, you all will be floored, okay? Because she has these tig old bitties, and they're big enough to crush beer cans with beer already in them. Dana has an amazingly beautiful figure, okay? And she has, the waistline that goes with her figure. No tummy. Dana doesn't have a tummy, guys. Okay, if she has one, I haven't seen it. Okay, and she's bottom heavy as much as she's top heavy. And come on. In our culture, amongst our group of men, somebody like Dana would be high value. Somebody like Dana could get a 6-figure guy. And I'm telling you, she could, because I be seeing those super chats. I don't even get super chats like that over here. And oh, by the way, somebody super chatted, and I'm sorry, I did not acknowledge the super chat. Thank you so much, Dana, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, sister. I didn't see if anybody else super chatted, but if you did, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alyce says the secret is out now. The manosphere is coming to your channel. T Black says Dana is high value. Exactly. Because I'm telling you, a lot of 6-figure guys will look at a woman like Dana, the way that she's built, and they would say, yeah, that is definitely the type of woman that I would go for. But people like Kevin Samuels will say, because Dana doesn't wear a size 6, she's not high value. Yes, Third Ward, the real Dana is thick as F. Yes, she is. Third Ward also says cringy is an understatement, more like suspect as fuck. Alyce the Snakecharmer. That nigga is sweeter than a gallon of sugar. Yes, absolutely. Hey, what's up, Joe? And Joe is another guy that I would consider high value, because Joe, he's one of those guys that looks like he makes nice money, but he's also very attractive. So, imagine if Joe was an earner that made like 70,000, and you made like twice as much as him. You made like 140,000. Would you pass up a guy like Joe because he doesn't also make 140,000 in this day and age? Because if you add Joe's salary with your $140,000 salary, how much is that? Like 200 and something thousand? You would have like a 200 and let's see, You would have a $230,000 household with Joe's 70,000 salary. So why would you not pick the handsome Joe? Look at him with that nice tapered beard. I would pick a nice handsome Joe at 70,000 if I made 140,000, and I would look at being happy and not having to fake submission. I would actually respect Joe. I would actually want to be with Joe. There would not be no faking in the bedroom. Alyce says, in her age, Kevin Samuel age shamed women, but not men. I get it's different for us, but it isn't 1955. Exactly. Now, it's a little bit different because the dating field has leveled out. It's not 1950 where, the girl married young and the man married young. In general, in the United States, people are marrying at an older age anyway, especially Black people. Well, once again, our dating situation is a hell of a lot more different than other groups of people. We cannot continue to keep comparing ourselves with the masses when we know very full well that we're behind everybody. So if white people are getting married closer to their late 30s, that means that we're like 10 years behind them. We're getting married closer to our late 40s. And the data does support that theory, by the way. Alyce says Joe is a retired banker and military man and a farmer. Joe is also another married man who seems happy and not hateful towards women. Absolutely. Rudem is so messy. No, Rudem, I am not trying to sign up to be Joe's side chick. Goodness. Can I give a man a compliment without wanting to be his side chick? Even though, Joe, if you do need a side chick, you can email me at thefaithjoneschannel@gmail.com. Anyway. Third Ward says, I guess I'm high value too. I own my crib, I have a great job, and I save the majority of my money, and I ain't broke. Ask Alyce, the snake charmer. She's seen me played with me in them racks. Yeah. I would say that you would fall into a high value category too. I mean, if you are, yes, Alyce, I'm cutting up. Third Ward, I would put you in the high value category too. If you're making 65,000 and up, if a woman is making 120,000 with your contribution, that would put you guys close to a $185,000 household. So I could see a woman submitting to you and really meaning it and not having to fake it. Yeah, Third Ward with the sexy, very white voice. Ooh, I love it. Joe getting into the chopper. All right, I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I'm sorry. Oh yes, Alyce, we love it when Third Ward talks. I mean, it's just so sexy, very sexy. And you know what? That machismo once again. Third Ward brings that machismo out. I love it when he starts going off on Taz. When he sees Taz in the stream, he's like that bouncer at the club. You know that bouncer has your back. If you see a guy messing with you, Third Ward is that bouncer that's going to get on that guy's ass and tell him, hey, get the hell up out of here. And he's going to bounce him right about the club too. And ain't too many guys going to argue with him. Nobody's going to challenge him. Yes, Alyce, I love that bouncer at the club. And they do. They get you into VIP too. Ooh, Alyce, you know about the VIP section? I've been in VIP a couple of times. Yes. You know what? They're kind of discriminatory about that VIP. Yes, they are. You know, it really depends on what they want to see in VIP. But I noticed that they don't like too many black butts in VIP either. Yeah, you got to be looking real good that night if you got a black butt to get in VIP, for sure. Say, man, DERELL, that video you did with the auto tune was funny. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think it was funny. I mean, it was, you know, when he played the audio when he was like going off on Jessica X and Mr. Fantastic. But the vocals, like I said, I cannot get enough of his voice. I could fall asleep listening to DERELL. I really could. What is the attraction to men with deep voices? I've had women ask me to talk to them on the phone many times. Ooh, T Black. You got a deep voice too? I don't know. I mean, I find it to be very macho, you know, when a man has a deep voice. When a guy has a high-pitched voice that's higher than mine even, that's a turn off. You know, it makes me feel like I'm talking to another woman. But that deep masculine voice is so commanding. I love it. Third Ward says, I just don't like bullies and I don't take no shit off niggas. I'm from Texas, bar none. Oh, yeah, you're from Texas. Yeah, those Texas guys, you guys are very demanding. I love Texas men, very machismo, very, very macho. Yes, DERELL did bring the Louisiana fire to the YouTube streets. Love me some DERELL. So, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and I guess that's it. You know, I did my 1 hour spiel on what I felt the whole deal with the Kevin Samuels. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link down into the chat. Now, if nobody decides to come up after I drop the link, then I'm gonna call it a night. Finish drinking my wine because I'm gonna pour me a little bit more. I want a little bit more of this. This Stella Rosa is delicious. Oh my goodness. How many of you guys are up here sipping tonight? I know that this is probably a work night for most of you. It's not a work night for me. I don't have to go back until Wednesday. But oh, this Stella Rosa is so delicious. I love it. You know, I don't really get drunk off of wine. I think maybe I might need a couple of more shots of that. You know what does it for me? Jack Daniel's honey. I know that Jack Daniel's honey is kind of like that low bottom shelf stuff, but I'm telling you, it is so good, especially with Coke. Oh, it's delicious. Yes, yes. So I threw the link out there for anybody that wants to, you know, come up and say a little bit something on the topic of this manosphere issue that we're having. Do you think that the manosphere is going to have this civil war, you know, with the real men versus the men who are out here faking? And there's a lot of levels to it, okay? There's a lot of levels to the fakery that I'm seeing. And, you know, like I said, there are men already that's been on it. Like DMT has been on it. Super Sly, he's been on it. Hold on. DERELL has entered the stream. What's up, D?
What's up, Queen? How you doing?
Oh man, I'm just laid back with my wine.
I see that. I see you looking all comfortable, chilling, you know, and everything. Look relaxed, and you know, definitely putting out some good content. Appreciate seeing you tonight. You know, so all is good, huh? Just kind of taking it back from work and having a good day, huh?
Yeah, kicking back. You know, anytime I'm out of that truck, I am just kicking back, just enjoying my time.
I see that. I see that. So, well, just kind of focusing on what you've been talking about again. Great show. Appreciate the content and the points that you have pointed out today and so forth. I think they're very valid. When you pose the question in regards to a civil war in the manosphere and so forth, actually, honest with you, there were guys that I know that kind of, that have issues with certain things that were going on. They were actually talking about this like 3, 4, 5 months ago in regards to there being a separation in regards to guys who think that some of these guys with their talking points are a bit extreme and not realistic. And there's that seems to be a divide with these guys that are extremists as opposed to those who are more realistic in regards as it relates to the relationship between black women and black men and so on. And that some of this stuff is just a bit too fanatical and it's not really something that if you found yourself having conversations with other men outside of YouTube, they would be looking at you like you're crazy. So I've heard guys that I've interacted with, they talk about this topic all the time. About, you know, man, so and so said this was crazy, this was out of bounds. The thing about and one of the biggest things that guys that I've known that I talk to offline, they have issues with guys who we understand the unfair criticism of black women. But the fact of the matter is that some of these guys seem like they anti-family, they anti-marriage, they anti-kids, and particularly for people who are married, who are in relationships, or who don't have difficulty finding women, or difficulty even being with feminine women. You find yourself being the minority in these particular spaces. And so a lot of guys that I've talked to, that they'll say, or they'll email me and say that some of this stuff is just not relatable and it's just not true. And it's like you can get into situations where you're in panels with people and these guys say a lot of false information, a lot of false research, things that's just based on emotion and opinion, and they'll try to roast you and say all kind of stuff to make you feel like you're the odd person, when really in reality, when you really look at it from a total demographic, no one really will hold that particular position, nor do they apply that to real life. And so what we're seeing now is, there are a bunch of, as we've seen the women come into the fourfold in this particular sect, you're starting to see who's really claiming to be red pill, who's really real about it. And a lot of these guys that claim that they are, you're seeing when a female comes into the situation, particularly one that they are attracted to, they begin to act a certain way that's not consistent with the rhetoric that they, you know, market and show on YouTube. So it's here. I see it. I see particularly by slowly but surely, you're going to see guys who who don't agree with a lot of these things. They're going to start like separating themselves and forming new cliques or new little sects that still maybe about men and dealing with men's issues, but they're just not going to be as extreme and they're not going to be as disrespectful. So that's kind of where I'm at, So
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of men are, exactly what you just said, because they're not relating to it. A lot of these guys, they're doing a lot of suspect things. They're not propping up black families, like you said. It's anti-blackness, which is something the total opposite of what it was supposed to be when it first. I'm sorry, in the first inception of it, from what I understood.
yeah,
But
exactly.
I do want to go ahead and welcome Mr. Quiet Stone Poppy. What's up, Third Ward?
Hey, what's going on, Faith? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear that deep voice of yours.
Hey, I appreciate that. You definitely looking grown and sexy yourself right now. Which you always do though. Anyway, also shout out to you,
Definitely.
DERELL.
What's up,
Shout out
bro?
to you, DERELL. Hey man, that damn video you did earlier with the auto tune shit, man, that shit was hilarious. You had me rolling off of that shit, man. That shit, I couldn't help but laugh at that shit. But no, I want to say this though. I mean, yeah, this space definitely from when I first came into this space like some years back, it's definitely gotten worse with the whole goofy shit that's been going on. I mean, when I first came into this space, I thought it was supposed to be, for particularly for men, but then, of course the women started to come into this space more. So, I kind of, figured that okay, well, maybe certain women can be led into this space or whatnot. I didn't really have an issue with that per se. And I will say this, I think there are going to be certain conversations that only men are going to probably should be able to speak on, and then the same for the women. But I also think there's going to be conversations where it's going to be like kind of like a co-ed situation, you know what I'm saying, where both genders come and talk about whatever topic is at hand. But like what I didn't realize is I didn't know that we was, having all of these alternative lifestyle group people invade the space like that. Like that's kind of like well, I was like, well man, what the fuck is really going on here? You know what I'm saying? You got dudes in this space that was pretending to be, one way, and now come to find out they on some whole other type shit. And to me, that shit is just sad and pitiful because it's like, yep, we know like who let these motherfuckers in here. You know what I'm saying? Who let them get comfortable enough to the point to where they feel like they can say little suspect ass shit like what happened recently. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. Even though it was already some other goofy shit that was happening prior to that, I'm just like, man, watching that shit, I was like, man, okay, you know what? I see this shit ain't what it used to be. It ain't what it was supposed to be. So you know what? Now I'm at a point where I'm just kind of like falling back from the shit, and I'm just, I'm doing my own thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of why I'm glad, I got, me and my team, we got our own channel. Shout out to the Fourth Quarter Talk channel. We got some good content over there. So if you want to go listen and visit, go over there to the Fourth Quarter Talk channel. But like we kind of doing our own thing. We got our own space and shit like that. And me personally, I don't want to be associated with any of this goofy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm not saying everybody in the manosphere is on some fuck shit or on some goofy shit, but from what I've seen lately, it's just been too much of it lately. It's been more the goofy shit has been outweighing the real shit. So it's like at this point, I'm just kind of like just falling back and just seeing what's what and who's who and wherever the chips may fall. I'm just kind of like looking at it like that.
Now, I wanted to ask both of you because there are a couple of activities that's been going on here as of recently. There was a white person that was going from panel to panel in this area of YouTube and saying they're being allowed to say a lot of things about Black people without being challenged.
What?
You remember that it's the same incident. I'm not talking about anything any different than
Okay. I thought something news just happened. Okay.
But you know what though? That all came from really, if we really want to be honest and technical, that all came from, one particular person. It came from her channels because she was the one that was allowing, these white dudes, and a lot of these white dudes. That's the white dudes that I'm talking about. These look like some Nazi skinhead type motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And she was allowing them up on her panels and shit like that, and they kind of came through her panels, and then next thing you know, they ended up on other niggas' panels and in this Black manosphere space. And to me, that's the shit that kind of like just disturbed me, kind of made me just scratch my head and just think about like what the fuck is really going on here. My thing is this, if it was me personally, I would have never let them motherfuckers up on the panel. But even if, let's just say I did let them up on the panel, which is, we all know that's what really happened. As soon as they would have got to getting out of line, talking about certain little bullshit and throwing little subliminal shots and little, racist little president shots at me or to anybody on the panel, I would have got the ass up off of there the minute they started doing that. But, again, it wasn't my panel. I ain't gonna lie, I was in the chat watching and I just was shaking my head. I'm like, wow, so motherfuckers just gonna let these motherfuckers come up here, be on some low key racist, prejudice ass type shit, and they ain't gonna just do nothing about it. They gonna just let them stay up on the panel and just, get away with all this foolishness. So I'm like, hey man, if that's what these niggas gonna do, I guess. But I'm like, man, like to me this shit was pitiful. I couldn't believe this shit.
Well, I was talking to another YouTuber about that situation that you were talking about, that particular lady. And I was talking about the instances of different YouTubers having white people just pop up on their panels and trying to ruin the entire panel by splashing themselves or showing porn. It happened on my panel, it happened on DERELL panel, and it happened on a couple of other YouTuber panels. And the one thing that all of us have in common is that we are against the her particular sector of YouTube. And like I said, I'm really believing that is her and her white UK minions doing
exactly. exactly. And the thing about it is, I really wholeheartedly think that the irony of this person is that she's probably a white person. That she's probably not even black. And I really do think it, because I never remember. I can remember when she was on my platform, and when I kept asking her about camming up, she was saying some BS about, if I cam up, people are going to think of me differently, or not going to look at me the same way. And the reason why I think that is because if she cams up, she is not a she is not even a mixed person. I really think that she is a white person that is probably part of an Aryan nation type situation, or something, that because you can't really, because us as Americans, we can't differentiate between um the accent of black British and white British and so on. I don't know if there is a difference, if at all, or whatever, kind of like you can differentiate between someone sounding black or sounding white in America. And the thing about it is that I had a situation like that happen to me in my own business. And you got to understand, white supremacists white, to what people we don't understand, white supremacists use black people to carry out things for them to make themselves not appear racist. And I can give you two situations where I was almost used to do the same shit. I never forget, I had a guy that was part of a white supremacist. I had a client of mine that was a part of a white supremacist organization called Aryan Circle. I did counseling sessions for this guy for 6 months. I didn't realize, because he had some issues, but because he was suing a major corporation, and he claimed, he had some depression and anxiety and different stuff, and he had some heavy marital issues. I didn't realize until they did a mock court in my office with the recording lights, and they had all the high tech cameras and everything, as if it was almost simulated as if you was in court. I didn't realize until I was testifying. The opposing lawyer showed me a thick ass notebook full of shit that this guy was saying about black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, black people in particular, had all kind of symbols. It was almost like a game, and I didn't even realize that until I sat there, giving my testimony, when that guy told me, "Are you aware of the organizations and his affiliations?" So what he attempted to do, and what I learned, he knew that he was part of a racist situation. So what he did was he needed a black counselor to make it appear as if he wasn't racist. So he attempted to use me as a means of showing that he was not racist, because he sought treatment from a black therapist. He specifically searched for somebody just like me, without me knowing all the information until the end. That's the kind of sneaky shit that they do. I had another situation when that guy died when that guy in Dallas killed those policemen, when they had murdered, I think that was Botham or whatever, when they had that riot and so forth in downtown Dallas. The Dallas police,
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
they attempted, they actually, because they knew I have an office in Dallas, the Dallas police attempted to do the same shit again, where they wanted a black therapist to go in there and provide services, and then they wanted me to be interviewed by local news organizations to show how the police are, this is how they're handling racism, and they're dealing with this and that. The families are grieving. So I declined the shit, because I wasn't going to allow them to use me to carry on their agenda. But see, this is how in 2020, this is how white supremacists roll. White supremacists try to infiltrate black organizations or black groups and so forth, to carry on their agenda. So that's what I think. From my perspective, from my experience, this is how these guys are operating in 2020.
And I agree. What do you think, Third Ward? I mean, do you think that there's some kind of conspiracy, with the whole, exposing yourself on people's platforms with porn and all that type of stuff?
I mean, it's plenty of like trolls and people out here that try to do that type of stuff to get you, get your platform shut down or your channel flagged down or whatnot. That's why you kind of like when you drop the link and let people on, you kind of got to know, who's coming on and stuff like that. Like I would advise anybody to just only invite people that is who they are, who's who and stuff like that. You've seen them before, they've been on your panel before. Because if not, because there's been times I've been in the chat, watching a certain panel, and some new person that they don't even know get brought up there, and then as soon as they get brought up there, they get they cam up, and it's like a video, like some kind of porn clip or something playing or whatever, and then the person has to go back in and take it down and edit that out and all that kind of stuff. So I would just say, whoever you bringing up on your panels, at least know who you're dealing with. Know, at least make sure that they've been on your panel a couple times before. That way they don't get your shit flagged down or, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just know who you're dealing with. But I will say this, you know, and DERELL, if I'm not mistaken, you live in H Town, right?
Yeah, I'm in Houston.
Okay, that's where I'm from. I'm from H Town. I'm from Southside, from Third Ward, right? I'm pretty sure you're
Okay.
familiar with the area. Anyway, so I grew up, on the South Side mostly my whole life. But the high school that I went to, I actually went to a private school on the other side of town over there in Alyce area. You know what I'm saying? I got a scholarship there because of my grades, and I played ball too. But I went to like mostly like a mixed kind of private school, whatnot. And look, I have white friends and friends of other races and whatnot and stuff like that. And I can tell you this, my white friends wouldn't dare, address me the way that white boy addressed some of them dudes up on that panel, kind of like indirectly, being on some low key race shit. Like they'll never get out of line with me or get fly with me like that. And the one time that a white boy did get out of line with me, and he did pretty much call me the N word. This was like a high school. He got his ass beat for that. You know what I'm saying? He got the paws put on him, and it was what it was. And then his ass got kicked out the school. Of course, I had to do a little bullshit ass little ISS for a couple of days or whatnot. But I mean, other than that, I didn't really suffer no real consequences. Like I said, they kicked his ass out of school for that. You know what I'm saying? So, but other than that, man, my white friends, man, they know better than to, call me some shit like that or say some low key racist indirect shit. And who knows? They could be saying some foul shit behind a nigga back. Who knows? But at the end of the day, they ain't got the balls to say that shit to my face. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you ain't got the balls to say that shit to my face or whatever, and you ain't saying that shit indirectly to me on some passive aggressive shit, then you gonna say what you want to say about my back. I can't control that, and quite frankly, I don't really give a damn. But to me, it's like when that motherfucker got up on that panel, he just was basically saying that pretty much that black people are just dumb, you know what I'm saying, and
Exactly.
that that our IQ is low and all this kind of stuff, and he tried to like prop himself up and white people up as just like all this, like the most smartest people in the world, just made me just like feel some kind of way, and I just was like, and the fact that the niggas let that shit ride and let him up there and let him stay up there, it was just like, man, like, and then he even said like some kind of like some pretty it was pretty much kind of like on some homoerotic type shit too at the end where he was like, well, really the only thing you black men got going for yourself is pretty much your penis side. That's pretty much what he said on the panel right before he hopped off and shit. Basically, the whole stereotype of black men only good for just sex and dicking down women and all this kind of stuff. And like I said, man, a lot of them niggas let that shit ride. They sat up there trying to argue back and forth. I wouldn't argue with his ass at all. As soon as he would
Exactly.
have got to doing that, his ass would have got kicked off point blank. Period. I would have been like,
Exactly.
nigga, I'm not arguing with you. Like, nigga, get the fuck out of here. But that's just me though.
No, that's exactly. I mean, I actually had to do a show. I actually was on Cherry show. I had to debunk what he was saying because they were talking about intelligence testing, and he didn't even understand how to read the research that
I
he.
actually saw that. I saw that panel that you was on, Bomb Chair. I think I was in the chat too when you did that. Yeah,
Oh,
I saw
okay.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to debunk that. I'm like, first of all, the dudes they knew. And first of all, they allowed a dude to come on there that has no credibility or training to talk about that, and they sitting there, and none of them knew what the hell they was talking about. So my thing is, and this was, and I was saying this: if you don't know enough to debate somebody on, you don't know how much false information they're giving. Why even entertain the shit? Just not just bunk, just take them off the panel, do whatever and be done with it. And don't allow them to. Cause see, my thing is that you couldn't come into they spaces saying, okay, I'm so and so, I'm fantastic simping, and I got this IQ test that show that black men 89% or over 150 and you only got 80. You know, man, they wouldn't even allow you to even say that shit. But see, that goes to show you how spineless some of these guys in the manosphere are, man. They not men, man. They don't stand on no principle. They don't got no spine behind them or anything, man. These dudes do anything for show, for views. I mean, they pussies. I hate to use that word, but a lot of them that's what they really act like, man. You know, really, basically, that's what I got from that, man.
And let's
Because
be honest about something. Let's be honest. You know, if you had black women that was in this space that was doing what, you know, that one particular individual was doing, you know, low key inviting all these, racist skinhead looking motherfuckers up in the space. If it was in reverse, if it had been a black woman that been doing this shit, you know, you wouldn't hear the end of it. Oh, you know,
oh
she's a
man,
bed
it'll be all
wench.
over the place,
Yeah, she's a
man.
bed wench. You know, she worships white zaddy, all this little bullshit. But yeah, here it is. You know, white looking chick, even though she claims, she has a black parent or whatnot, but anyway, she could have, have all these skinhead looking motherfuckers on her panel. Then next thing you know, they hopping into other panels, in black spaces where black men are supposed to be and congregate, and nobody never says anything to her. As a matter of fact, I take that back. There was only one group of people in this manosphere space that actually that checked her and that basically brought it up to her, and because they checked and they grilled her, she ain't had no choice but to kind of take responsibility. But it was I think it was over
Reg.
on Kendra. No, it was over on Kendra D and them channel. It was over on her channel. It was over on
Oh,
Kendra
okay.
D's channel, over there on the masculine mercenary side. They actually grilled her and checked her when she allowed that white dude to come up in her space, and then based off on other platforms, they pretty much told her like, look, this is your fault because the nigga came through your space first, and then he seen everybody else and who they was, and then he started hopping on their panel. So they're like, technically, you responsible because they're like, had you just not let him up on the panel, then he wouldn't have known who everybody was with, or he would have just went on there just from watching in the chat. But they're like, you let him on and gave him a voice, so technically this shit is your fault. You know what I'm saying? And and they basically, grilled her ass about it, and eventually she, fessed up to it and owned up to it. But they were the only ones that checked about it. Nobody else in this space really just said anything. They kind of just acted like as if it wasn't that big of a deal. And I was like, wow, so y'all don't think that shit is that big of a deal? And they pretty much was like, no, it ain't that big of a deal. I was like, wow. I was like, okay, you know what?
What you do understand, a lot of these
Yeah.
guys in this space don't think that white supremacy exists. They think it's all black women the reason why the black community in the position. They don't think white supremacy had anything to do with it. It was all black women and feminism. That's it. you know.
But you
So
know what?
not surprised.
Third Ward brings up something really interesting about them checking her, because my whole thing is, when are we going to get to the elephant in the room? Because there was somebody that introduced her into the manosphere space that I also think really needs to be held accountable, but nobody's wanting to hold that person accountable. And so I wanted to kind of ask about that and get down to the nitty gritty of that as well. Oh, hold on. He's trying to get back in. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
DERELL, did you hear the question?
Oh, what happened?
Okay, I was saying that there's another person that is responsible for bringing Jessica X into the whole, manosphere space, but nobody is seeming to want to, hold him accountable for that. So do you think that anybody is ever going to say anything to him?
You talking about the farm animal? Because she was the only person I remember her going into the space. I don't know if he brought her into the space, but I know that, because see, I didn't really know of this person, that particular avatar, until until I started having beef with SYSBM around March. But I didn't know that she was in B1 spaces like earlier this year, in late 2019. So
well, actually, before she was even over there, she was over there with Mr. Fantastic.
oh yeah, oh him, oh of course, See, I didn't know that. I had no idea about that. So from that perspective, fantastic simping. Yeah, you should get all the blame. Matter of fact, I should be the one blaming. I should have actually added that in there to be honest with you. But I was under the impression that she was with B1. She went to B1 first. So I guess I didn't know the whole story behind her, but I
Nah,
thought she was
she
in I
nah
thought she
she
was in
didn't
B1 first.
this what happened. She didn't come through B1. She actually came through Manosphere Spaces. And truth be told, B1 don't really fuck with her like that. What happened was is that she started hopping on B1 panels to argue with certain people. Like I think there was a couple times where she hopped on B1 panel. She was arguing with like Cynthia G and a few of those other women over there that be over there in B1 Spaces or whatnot. But it was all kind of really at the request of the niggas in the manosphere who she was fucking with. It really had nothing to do. It was kind of like that was like her way. That was like her vetting process or her way of proving that she was down for I guess the niggas in the manosphere spaces, because at that time there was like a kind of like a underlying kind of war between the manosphere space versus the B1 space or whatnot. So she kind of was like the first female to kind of come in. Well, she wasn't the first female to come in because I got to give shout out to Kendra.
Uh-oh. Okay, third ward, we can't hear you. Your mic kind of cut out there.
Yeah, see, I I,
Can you
I
hear me
didn't
now?
know. Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, my bad. I got a call. Okay, no, as I was saying, she didn't come through B1 space. She came through Manosphere space. But what happened was is that now I'm not gonna say she was the first female on the Manosphere side because you had Kendra that's been holding it down for a while. But I will say she was the first one that came through that was pretty much kind of doing like the bidding and the dirty work of those niggas, stuff like that. So she would go with, like I said, like people like Cynthia G and whoever else. You know what I'm saying, that they felt like was talking about a black man greasing the kind of way. And so that's kind of how like she was able to get her she was able to kind of really earn her keep so quick. And then not only that, but the fact that they was kind of like infatuated with her being from overseas. And I really what I think it is really the accent and shit. Even though me personally, I don't really care for European women or European accents or whatnot, but they kind of like fell in love with that whole aspect of her, whatever, and then the fact that she was going around doing a little bidding or whatnot. But that's
True.
kind of like how she was able to grow the space and stuff. And what's funny is that like you know, they really the ones that like kind of like made her into like an overnight celebrity in this space. It wasn't women, because it ain't too many women that really rock with her like that. You know what I'm saying? Especially not in this black manosphere space or whatnot, or even in the B1 sectors. It was really the men. Like if you really go over there, look at her channel, the majority of her supporters and subscribers are really men. You know what I'm saying? It's not really
True.
females. I mean, she might have a few females here and there, but from what I've seen, I'm saying, it's mostly men. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So, and then when
And
I
so
seen
so
that,
now
I was like, man, this is crazy. Because I'm like, I thought y'all, these are the same guys that claim they hate women or they can't stand women. It's like, but yet y'all putting this chick up on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, true. And my whole thing about it, because she fits, because she goes into the SYSBM sector, the guys like lane changers and guys like that who actually pride themselves on tricking across seas. So she fits that mold of a non-black American, that has African, somewhat, I guess you can say, her dad Nigerian or mom British or whatever. So she has some level of blackness in her that don't necessarily fit being a prototypical black woman from America. She could have been uh, from France and been mixed, and they would have did the same shit.
Yeah.
So she could have been from Germany, being and they would have still did the same thing. So my whole thing was that I heard people talking about something about she went at it with Cynthia G and so forth, and they claim that she basically killed her in a debate and all this kind of stuff like that. But you got to be careful when people say it, because they take anything as a debate. They think just because two people have an opposing a viewpoint, they think you debating. So I don't know what 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 that means these days for them, So, but see, my interaction came with her was when I noticed that when I was going at it with SYSBM, what she did was she was listening to people and looking at what people were doing in my chat room, particularly when I had Uppity and it was actually Faith and this other chick named Deity that was real cool, been cool with me, like one of my day ones, whatever. And she kind of used to go out in the B1 and do some stuff, but she kind of, she'll come into YouTube and leave out. And then I say, well, let me check this girl out because I've been hearing other people talk about her. Then before you know it, I go to her platform. She talked about all the women that were in half of the women that were in my platform. She talked about Faith. She talked about Uppity. She talked about Diddy. I mean, all three of them one by one. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, what is this? I mean, she basically, what she did was she'll go in the plat. She would pop in, say hey or something like that, stay for about 20, 30 minutes, and she'll listen to what everybody's saying or what everybody's they talking points or some shit like that. And then she'll make content off the shit.
But
you know,
my
You know
question
what?
is, does anybody know how old Jessica is supposed to be?
She
24.
claimed, yeah, I'm about to say she claims she's like in her mid 20s or whatnot. But I would say
Oh,
this
that's
real
a
quick to D.
baby.
I would say this real quick to D. Darrell's point. I remember when she first came into this space. Up until now, and this is what I would say. To me, um, like pretty much like what you said. She really hasn't come up with any original talking points of her own. From what I have heard and known, all she's
None.
really redoing is recycling old manosphere talking points, but she's just putting her own little spin and twist on it. And of course, she's doing it with that European accent that she has of hers. But like I said, to me, there's nothing really original that I've heard her say that I feel like she's came up with on her own. It's just
Oh,
regurgitated manosphere talking points, with the European accent. That's pretty much it. Because I've actually listened to women in this space who actually do have their own original talking points, but when it comes to her, I've yet to have heard that yet.
hmm
But
You
What's
see,
up?
good evening,
What's
Miss
up,
Gigi. What's going
hey,
Gigi?
on?
hey, thank you.
Good
What's
evening,
going
Miss
on?
Gigi. How you doing?
What's going on,
I'm
Gigi?
doing well. I'm trying to hang out with the folks. I'm sitting here like, when kids act up, we be like, dang, they acting up. They over there acting up. Cause I was like, what happened? What? I took a nap and then I'm like, all the fellas are in the house, and I'm like, oh shoot, Faith got it going on over there.
I
And
tried.
look, look, let me say this. I want to clarify something real quick. Me personally, I don't have no issues with her. I don't have no beef with her, no shit like that. It's just from the moment she came into this space,
It's
I just always kind of felt like,
some
she
kind
was
of way, yeah.
playing like a role or something. And I just was like, I never really trusted a lot of the stuff that she said. I kind of always just gave her the side eye. And look, to me, she's the type of chick from what I see, you gotta kind of like pay real close attention to what she does because
Oh
her
yeah.
fuckery is very like subtle and passive aggressive. Like her shit is
Yeah.
not really overt like that. So you gotta kind of pay attention with her. You know what I'm saying? All her shit.
It's yeah. This is why us women sometimes we don't have too many girlfriends because of chicks like that. Because we have to constantly look over our shoulders where it's like, and then it be like, okay, especially if you're like, you're around male, figures, and they're telling us like stories, and then you see it happening in front of your eyes, and you're like, my goodness. They will use you, abuse you, and then act like they're the freaking victim. And I'm like, who are you? Who are you acting for? I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faith. You know what I'm talking about.
I know
When we be
exactly what
like,
you're talking about because
yeah,
when I was over on Fantastic's channel and I saw the slow evolution. Because like I said, this monster was not built in one day. This was like an
Shit,
evolution.
you said it's slow. You say it's slow. Shit, more like overnight. If you ask me, it really didn't take her that long. It took her like what every bit of what maybe
it don't
three
take
four
them that
months.
long.
It
It
took it
don't
took her
take
like
them.
yeah, it took her like 3 4 months versus had it been anybody else, it might have took them a year or longer. You know what I'm saying? But it took her like literally. Look, I'm not hating. if niggas want to, donate to you and they want to support your platform and put you up on this pedestal, then
They
hey,
got an agenda.
I can't even really
Yes.
be mad at her. I gotta look at them niggas over there and be like, well, shit, y'all the ones
That's why
responsible for this shit.
people get upset with me when I'm talking about, yeah, black men this, and yes, let's upraise the great black men, because I'm not looking at the broke black man. I'm looking at the one that actually is doing something right. I'm not listening to the other ones, because I'm like, yeah, I ain't doing shit. Like, y'all jailbirds. But when I see a chick
But yeah,
come
I
in,
blame them though. I
Yeah, I
blame them
blame them
niggas.
too.
They the ones, like
yeah,
I
I
First,
said,
yeah,
blame them
they the ones
yeah.
too.
that push they the ones that
Push the
put her,
chicks.
yeah, push, they put her on a pedestal, and like I said, within literally 3-4 months, she became like an overnight celebrity in this space. And like I said, I'm not hating.
Yeah,
Do
promises,
your thing.
promises.
Do your thing. Get your money. I'm not hating. And like I said, if it wasn't for them niggas, she wouldn't be where she at right now. So it's like I can't even really be mad at her. I can only kind of
Yeah,
just
and that's
look at
that's
them
the
niggas.
same
Yeah.
thing.
So
That's the same thing I'm saying, third ward, because my whole
Yeah,
thing is she had been in the manosphere for a minute, popping from panel to panel. But
yeah.
Fantastic was the one that really put her
Pumped up.
on.
well, it's gotta be women like getting convinced.
But you know what? She wasn't really trying to cater to no females.
Nah, she not.
Any female that came around her space, that if they got too much shine in her, like that Melanie chick is no threat to her because Melanie, kind of stays in her lane. But
Yep.
anybody that gets a little bit more shine than she gets, she pretty much, attacks them, talks them down.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles. I don't know. Bitches be bitches.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Pretty much,
But see,
pretty
here's my
much.
thing too. Here's how I feel about the whole situation. Now, me personally, I could give a damn whether she chooses to ever cam up or not, because I don't really care to see her or not like that. That's not for me. But what I just find ironic and funny about this shit is how can women like you cam up, Faith, and other women in this space cam up and stuff like that, and but yet these guys who have supported her, like you said, from day one and stuff, like they have yet to see her cam up one time. And like I would think that by them supporting her and donating money to her, putting her on the pedestal, whatever, I would think that they would want to see, who they've been supporting and putting on the
Well,
pedestal. I would think that they would want to see that eventually, but I guess not.
we got licked a few times. Like the good
ex-
ones.
but see, Fantastic didn't Fantastic have another white lady that did a catfish with him? I heard about some other chick that was white that turned out she was talking crazy and found out she was a white woman.
I think I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about. Yeah, I think I know what you're
yeah,
talking about. Yeah.
You know,
absolutely. I remember that stream. I do
So that's
remember.
what I'm saying. See, this dude has a history of simping like this, and the shit backfiring.
well, you know what? It's his life. And then you know what I'm gonna say is that us women, because what the third was asking is us women who are real women, who are real genuine women and real good people, is that we've got licked a few times, okay? And we know when it feels good and when it don't feel good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. I feel what
Yeah, uh-huh. I'm taking it. I'm taking it night stream because, but I'm saying like I don't like your touch. No, no, I don't like the way you smell. No, get away from me. Get away from me. And
And
then
let me
there's people where I'm like, oh my god, I'm so in love with you. And then they're like, damn. And I'm like, okay, I gotta back away a little bit.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Niggas in this space will be quick to call men a simp for like flirting with women and all this kind of stuff, right?
Oh
Yeah,
shit,
but these
that
are
don't.
yet, but yet, yeah, but yet these will be the same niggas that, like I said, who supporting the chick who
That's on
refuses to
deaf
cam up for them.
ears.
You know what I'm saying? But yet they don't get labeled a simp though. But yeah, I could get labeled a simp just for flirting with a chick, but y'all supporting this
I'm a
chick by
flirt.
putting money in her pocket and all this kind of stuff, and y'all ain't never seen this chick and how she look. All y'all seen is a picture that she posted up on there, but we don't even know if that's her or not. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Anytime I can make my man feel good, I'm good. Then I feel good because I'm getting good.
Exactly. But let me go ahead and welcome Zach. Stay focused
Oh, hi,
to the
Zach.
stream. What's up, Zach? Zach, do you got
On
your
mute.
unmute,
What's good,
Zach?
Zach? What's good?
What's up, Zach?
You got to unmute, Zach. You're still muted.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Or maybe he just can't be.
Zach having some problems.
But yeah, I see that because I'm like genuine, like I'm really genuine with my affection and stuff, and people think it's fake, but it's not. I'm like,
Nah,
yeah,
Miss Gigi,
come
nah, Miss
get
Gigi,
it.
nah, you been you always been around. You always been showing love and stuff like that. I remember you
Thank
showed me love
you.
when I first seen you in the space. I think I first started seeing you over there in LAR's chat, and you was
Yeah,
always be like, "What's up?" to me and show me love. So I
of
appreciate you for that. And I think
course.
I used to see Faith over there too. I would see Faith a
Yeah,
lot
Faith is always
over in
over. Yeah.
LAR, and I think O'Shea's is where I first
I'm
seen
always
Faith
looking
at.
out for Faith,
Yeah.
and when
Yeah.
I be trying to hold on when Faith, I be trying to hold on with you, and you be driving your truck. I be like, but I fall asleep. I be
Yeah,
snoring.
I be coming on early as hell. I be trying to kind of change it up so that everybody can catch me now. So
But
hopefully
your
it's
early
working.
is my late over here in Cali. I be like, oh my gosh,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
trying
By
to
the
make
way,
sure she's
Faith.
safe.
By the way, Faith, I just wanted to say this to you real quick. I appreciate you. For all the weeks that you've been coming through the fourth quarter talk channel. Coming through in the chat, supporting,
Yes.
donating. I appreciate you for that. It means a lot. We
She's a
appreciate it.
giver. I love her for real. Yes,
Oh, well,
for
thank
real.
you. I
That's my
appreciate
sister.
you. Thank you
Hey,
so
are you
much.
back? Are you back?
Zach, are you back? Did you unmute yourself? You got to hit the microphone and unmute yourself, Zach. Zach.
He's having a difficult problem.
Miss Jeezy, are you subscribed to our channel? You subscribed to the fourth quarter talk channel? If not, I
Oh
think you need to
no.
subscribe because I think you would like the channel. We got great content over there.
Okay.
We talk about a variety of topics. We don't do the black men, black women hate each other talk. We
Oh
stay away from all
gosh.
of that. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
don't do the
send it
fuckery
to
on.
me.
Yeah, okay, and we don't do the fuckery on our channel. You know what I'm saying? So you guys, face should tell you. Our channel real cool and laid back. So we don't do
Yeah,
all that
laid back, and
bullshit.
they
Nice.
talk
Yeah.
about a variety of topics. They got everything from tech
Nice.
to current events,
And I
celebrity
like that
gossip.
because I like to bounce. I like to bounce around.
Hmm.
I'm not in one position. I like to be wild.
What whoever's in the chat, they got a wrench. If you could post a channel to the fourth quarter talk, I
Please
appreciate it.
do.
I'm not sure if
Please
you still in the
do.
chat, Elise, but if you still in the chat, could you post a link to the channel, please? I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Hi, Cool Jen.
Lisa's been doing an awesome job, by the way, down there moderating. I just want to shout her out real quick. She always
Yes, thank
Yeah,
Yeah,
you.
she is cool.
shout out to E. Shout out to E.
She's so cool.
Well, what's up, Cool Gent? What's going on, bro? That's my bro right
Yeah,
there. Shout out to Cool Gent.
Yeah, Cool Jen is cool.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my brother right there. So shout out to Cool Gent. But yeah, D
but
Darrell, bro, you had me rolling today with that video, man. I was laughing my ass off that shit.
yeah, what
I
inspired you to do that song, D Darrell?
what inspired me to do the song was the fact that um I've been actually going to Reg the Bad Guys channel over the last month and a half to
Mhm.
2 months. And what happened, what inspired me to do it, and as you all know that, for many of you, and you all know that me and Mr. Fantastic have had a little ongoing beef for the last probably 4 or 5 months. So
Beef.
we've had a little ongoing situation, which is something really, actually, really, what really made it happen was the shit he pulled. He did something Memorial Day massacre, some dumb shit he came up with in which he he basically. I was actually a person that used to watch his channel. I was actually a person that would watch him, not all the time, but from time to time, every now and then. So I just so happened, I said, let me check out his channel, see what he's doing. Sure enough, I'm watching his channel and the dude going in on me while I'm in his in his chat, basically just watching just to see what he's talking about. And so later that day, I went in on his ass. And don't you know that live stream that I went on with him had well over 100 views, like real time. That was the highest rated show I ever had. Me going in on his ass for like 45 minutes. And I took it down because it even though I did that, it
It's
was,
damaging, yeah.
yeah, that wasn't really me. I mean, I mean, my thing is that I'm a professional. I got an image, and I do have clientele that actually watch Black YouTube, and they know that I'm on here. And I didn't like
Yeah.
that 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 I had to do that, but I did it in a response because I didn't appreciate what he did. But what inspired me to do the song was the fact of I noticed that every time I would be on a panel and then she
Mm-hmm.
would come on the panel, I noticed that every time, even when I wasn't on a panel, she would come on a panel, and the guys, those guys,
Mm-hmm.
even though they wasn't holding her accountable like as much as the masculine mercenaries were, there were a few panels where there were a few people that really, really, really critiquing her. And every time that would happen, when she felt when she was running out of talking points, or the shit was getting too hot, here come Mr. Fantastic come popping up. When y'all, she this, don't do this, Jessica this, Jessica certified, she the best, she the king of the, I mean, this dude was just going, and then the guys and the guys that were like, listen to this guy
Yeah.
every time, like this dude was getting on people for questioning this chick, like you can't even ask her a question. So,
Misleading, yeah.
yes,
Yeah, baiting her.
and
Yeah.
would not answer a goddamn question. So me and him end up getting into, this is the second, because one time I came on and she didn't, I left, and when I left, he came on like maybe 30 minutes later. The second time I came on, I decided to stay because me and
Mm-hmm.
him hadn't had a run in a long time. So I stayed. And I knew he was gonna come on there. And sure enough, when we started asking, like I played the clip that I played in the song was a clip that was actually the clip that actually propelled me to do the song, because that was me telling her, how are you all gonna hold me to a different standard for talking about women in countries I've never been to, but then she talking about black women in America and has never stepped foot in American
Mm.
soil.
Right,
It's,
and that's what turned me against her too, because she was saying so much stuff about Black American women as if her country and the women in her country was so much better. But then, like
exactly,
you said, she never cammed up. You never saw her picture, and I'm just sitting up here like this person has a lot of smoke, but they not showing and telling.
exactly.
I don't know who that is, but that is suspect.
That is very
Because
suspect.
yeah, because I mean I come from a different cultures, but I was born in America, but I've shown my face. I mean, I was like obligated to, and I was like, let me show my face so nobody can use my image against me.
And here's the thing:
But
when I called her out, not to cut you off, but then those guys started turning their triggers against me because I'm dark skinned and then I'm older, so they use the age and the complexion
oh
thing
my
against me.
gosh,
Crazy, man.
they
That's
use
crazy.
age against us all the time, and then I'll be like, I'm like this age, and then like you don't look like it. I'm like exactly. So you're talking down to a grown ass woman.
Right. And my whole
And
thing is I got daughters her age. And the thing about it is, like, if you're gonna compare me to Jessica, compare me to Jessica when I was Jessica's age. I was her age when
I
I was
still look
married.
19. Yeah, I still look 20.
Well,
hmm
hold on, I'm trying to make a point. I was Jessica's age when I got married. Okay. Ring
Mm-hmm.
on finger, walk down aisle, married. Okay.
Yeah,
Somebody
me too.
somebody
Put a
took
ring
me.
on it.
Right, they took me off the market. So I wasn't on no YouTube talking about being a high value woman
Me
and something,
too.
and men want me. I was already wanted and cuffed up by her age. You see what I'm saying?
Man,
And let me say this
this
too.
man
When she first,
spent a weekend with me, and next thing we knew we was married the next day, like in Vegas.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm one of them chicks.
damn, Miss Gigi, Miss Gigi said she got that fire. I feel you. But dog, let me say
But
this.
Miss
So like,
Christie,
let's
this,
get
this is the
married.
thing. This is the thing that I'm trying to get to. These guys will sit up here and they will compare a 24-year-old to somebody twice her age in a heartbeat. but they don't take into consideration what your status was at her age. Now she can't be
True.
high value if nobody cuffed her up yet. And according to Kevin Samuels, in a couple of years, she gonna be in the danger zone.
Yeah.
Oh,
And let me say
damn.
this
Man,
too.
you
Where
feel
Not
on
where I
that.
fire.
noticed where I noticed it was a bunch of fuckery and just bullshit is that I remember when she first came in this space, she was claiming that she was just coming into this space just to have certain conversations and to talk about certain things and whatnot, which ain't nothing wrong with it. It's cool, that's fine. And people was asking her, what her her status was as far as relationship. I think she kept claiming that she had an ex boyfriend that she was like
Yeah,
off and on with, that she was trying to
Oh, the claiming
get
thing.
back. Yeah, she kept saying, "Oh, I got an ex-boyfriend, but we're trying to work things out. I'm probably gonna end up getting back with him, all this stuff, right?" But then she got caught slipping one night over on, the Skittles Taste the Rainbow nigga, the nigga who just came out with some, suspect ass shit.
Oh, that's given. I mean,
She was
we slip up
yeah,
sometimes. We slip
yeah,
up sometimes.
yeah.
The
So she
ex
was
sometimes
up.
come in.
Yeah, she was up on his shit one night, basically saying that she was looking for a high value man in this space. But it was like before you were saying you wasn't looking for a man in this space. So it was like, which one is it? You know what I'm saying? And then that's kind of when I was like, okay, like yeah, I kind of always kind of knew something was off about this chick. You know what I'm saying? And then also to another point, what I just noticed that just so hypocritical about them dudes that be over there supporting her. What I'm saying? They'll be the types, like you said, Faith. When you was a certain age, you wasn't in a certain position that some of these women were in. You know what I'm saying? And it's even the same thing with some of these younger men. I noticed, these younger men be barely, like they be fresh out of high school, barely, on a college campus, and they already
Mm-hmm.
complaining about shit that they probably shouldn't even be complaining about. They complaining about
exactly.
feminism and
That's my problem.
this and that and all this dumb shit. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, how is feminism affecting you when you like just getting to college? Like when I know
They're
It,
when I was
making
just getting to
grown
college,
decisions before they need to. Yeah.
exactly. When I was just getting to college, like feminism wasn't affecting me. Shit, feminism ain't affecting me now, but still, especially when I was fresh out of high school, getting ready to go to college, like shit, I was having the time of my life. So it's like I don't understand. And what I really think it is that a lot of these guys probably haven't lived life for themselves on their own. So they basically living vicariously through these other dudes who didn't live an exciting life for a kind of certain kind of life, and they listening to them, and they,
Exactly.
it's like they kind of taking on their whole life and stuff, and it's like, no, that's not your life. That's that other man's life. He might have had a boring, miserable life, but nigga, you still young. You still got plenty, time and years left out here to go live life and have a good time and stuff. But these dudes just so damn doom and gloom about everything that it's like they don't even want to try. You know what I'm saying? Most of these dudes,
Right, because
from what I can tell,
a lot of
they don't
these
even
older
want to get
dudes have
outside the
failed.
house.
very
Yeah,
much
they don't
feel.
even want to. They don't even want to get outside the house. And these is young niggas. You know what I'm saying? These like, Generation Z
Oh,
cats,
they
and
get
it's
their
like you
video
could tell
games.
exactly. You could tell they've never really been outside of the house that much. They pretty much live on the computer all day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all they do, man. Some of these
That's
guys are,
that's why they talk crazy to like they don't like the clubs ain't open no more.
they socially awkward.
Yeah, they're
They don't know
socially
how to talk to women. And I'm gonna be
exactly.
honest with you. I mean, I ain't trying to say I'm the best looking Negro on here, but a lot of these dudes probably would be on the lower end of the scale. On top of that,
They are.
and
They
my thing is
are.
that
But
it's
they
it
don't know what's going for them. They don't even try to figure it out. They don't
yeah.
even try to see if they're funny, maybe they're skilled some kind of way. Like show me potential that you're not gonna go to jail.
No, these older dudes, they're just gonna keep giving bad advice to the younger generation, and that's the sad part
And
about it.
that's the spot. That's the spark. Faith. I was trying to. You know what? I was thinking about that same thing because I'm going like I hear some of and I'm like, this is a cult issue. This is something where they're training these young kids who don't know nothing about living life into living life the wrong way. And I'm going like, no, 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 no. Women are not attracted to that shit
I've
at
said this
all.
before. I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. A lot of these dudes lack self awareness. You know what I'm saying? And it's very
Yep.
obvious. You could tell. A lot of them can't make decisions for themselves. A lot of them worried about, well, if I do this, if I do that, this person gonna
They're
look at me
looking
a
for a
certain kind of
father
way.
figure.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm gonna be the first to tell you, I lost my father at an early age, to the penitentiary. But what made up for that was that, I had my grandfather and I had uncles that raised me. You know what I'm saying? So I still kind of got, that manhood perspective. You know what I'm saying, from them. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
and I was raised by a lot of as in the South we call them old heads, but it's like a term of endearment. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Whatever.
I
But
know. I know what you
you
mean.
know, but the thing
Well,
about it is though, I lived, even now, I still live a pretty decent life. Like, when I was a teenager, when I was,
You were
a young
trained.
adult, I was doing stuff. I didn't just, stay up in the house. I actually went outside.
Yeah. You
I
had shit to
played
do. Yeah.
ball, played sports, and then even on the weekend, me and my friends, we would go out. We would go to like football games. We would go to parties and all this kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff. So, it wasn't nothing for us, and even now it's nothing for me to be able to talk to a woman or whatnot and stuff like that. And what I see from
Yeah.
these guys is
A
that
sit a letter.
they don't, yeah, exactly. They don't have, these guys don't have the social skills because they grew up in a day and age where, they probably didn't have to go outside because everything that they wanted to do was online
I
for them.
used to get little
So,
notes
right.
written to me. Like that was nice. Like little notes, and I knew it was his handwriting
like
because he
Well,
couldn't scribble.
let me ask
I
you,
grew up
let
during
ask
that
the
time
man
where, like prior to us getting, oh, got you. Yeah. Yeah. You got it, Faith. You got it.
Oh, I was just going to ask the men on the question. This one question, starting with D. Darrell. How would you feel if you were compared to a man who was 20 years old, and you're at the age that you are now?
I would be highly offended at that because to me, you comparing me to a 20-year-old is like orange to apples, being that I'm way more accomplished at being 42 as somebody that's just entering into life. That
Hmm.
to as far as maturity level, just success, everything that I've done and knowledge and everything. I'm 20-year-old don't know anything. They just
They're
learn.
just beginning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just beginning. That would be highly as a man, that would be highly offensive to me.
Yeah.
Very highly offensive. Even to
Cause
me, because there's nothing, because to me there's nothing outside of you looking at him from a maybe from a sexual standpoint or a physical standpoint. That's probably the only two things he probably would be better at. Outside of that, I don't see much more that he could bring.
well, that's why I ask people when I'm on a panel and they start to try and troll me or argue with me or whatever, and I say, "How old are you?" And then when they take a minute to think about how old they are, I'm like, "Yeah, you ain't old enough. You're just doing this shit just to do it."
Exactly. And I'm going to direct the same question to Third Ward. Now, Third Ward, you're kind of young. So for you, how would you feel being compared to somebody who's only 18 that just graduated from high school?
I mean, I just laugh at the shit because I could tell
Yeah.
you, see, my life was kind of different. I kind of had to grow up fast because,
I laugh at
I
it
pretty
too.
much, I pretty much had to take care of my mother when I was in high school because
Mm-hmm.
she got diagnosed with thyroid cancer. So, pretty much, I
Mm-hmm.
was in high school, working two jobs and kind of hustling on the side, trying to take care of her and myself as well.
Thank
You know what I'm saying?
goodness for you.
Especially after my grandparents passed away, you know what I'm saying? Because they was really the only stable thing that was kind of like holding us down or whatever. So once they passed, it was just pretty much me and my mom, and I had to
You're a
take
good.
care of her and
You're a good
us.
man.
And then I would say when I turned 17, her boyfriend had moved in or whatnot, and he kind of like took over
Took
from where I
of
was
it
already
eventually.
holding it down at, and he kind of like took a lot of the heavy load off of me. And I was
Good.
when I turned right around that same time I turned 17, I actually had moved out of my mom's spot and I got my own spot because I wanted to see, with everything I was doing prior to getting my own spot, I wanted to see if I could hold it down on my own and be the man that I thought I could be. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh
so
my
I moved
gosh.
out and I got my own spot. So I was like 17, and then by the time that was like the summer right before I was about to
That's
become a
music to
senior in
my
high
ears.
school. And then, so by the time I got to become a senior in high school, I was like the only person in my high school with my own apartment and stuff like that, while everybody else was still living with their parents. So I kind of been jumped off the porch early. I've been like doing my own thing, you know what I'm saying? So, for me, if somebody was to try to compare me to a 18-year-old or something like that, or even a 20-year-old right now, I just laugh because, like I said, I've been had a head
Exactly.
start over a lot of these niggas, you know what I'm saying?
I
So,
giggle over people. And people be like, "Oh, did you take your medication?" I'm like, "No, I didn't take my medication." I'm laughing at at the
at
situation.
you. And Miss Gigi, I'm going to put you in that, ask you the same question because you're an older woman. How would
Hmm.
you feel being compared to a 20-year-old?
Um, being compared to a 20-year-old is not. Oh, being compared, I love it, but then I'm kind of like I'm over it. In a ways, it's kind of like, yeah, I reminisce my youth, but I know how to use it now. Back then, I was wild and I'm still wild and free, but back then I was just kind of like I actually when I was 20, I was more strict on myself. I was more guided. I was more like, no, 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 you can't take pictures. No, I was more like I was like overprotective over me, and I was over scrutinizing me, and I didn't have the confidence. But now that I'm 20 years later, I'm like, F that.
And I
This
got
is
one more.
me.
I got one more question for you, Miss Gigi, because you over there having too much fun.
Okay.
What are you sipping on, Miss Gigi? Come on, let us know.
Okay, it's gonna be like a red rosé, a little bit of vodka.
Uh oh.
Look. They told me I can drink as much as I want.
yeah, you lit over there, Miss Gigi. You lit as hell. I can hear it. Miss Gigi lit. She ain't playing no games.
Not
She
playing
lit.
with us.
Hey, but I will say this. What I find hilarious is that I've actually had a lot of dudes in the space coming to me recently, and these, like I said, these are dudes that are like in their mid 20s, early to mid 20s, and they still living at home with their parents, but yet they telling me that I'm broke, unaccomplished, all this little bullshit. But like I said, I've literally been on my own, taking care of myself since I was like 17. So it's like, and like I said, I was taking care
Yeah, me too.
of my
Since
mama.
17. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was taking care of my mama, during that time. So it's like I laugh when I hear them say this shit because it's like, motherfucker, when you was my age, you know what I'm saying? You was 17 and shit, like you was still living with your parents being taken care of. Meanwhile, I
Yeah, I
was the one
left.
taking care of
I was
everything.
grown.
So
Yeah. Yep.
exactly.
Taking care of
Right.
my
Like
parents,
I had gotten an invitation
paying their rent.
to debate with this person. And I'm thinking to myself, why would I debate with this person? What would we debate about? There's nothing that I can talk to a 20 something year old
Well,
about anything
that's
about life.
that's the thing we're trying to teach them, and that's why we're online, right? Faith, we're not here just to be here. People of our caliber is here to bring function into the nonsense. We're trying to teach them how to bring forth, and like eventually, I'm gonna pass away. You're gonna pass away. Somebody's gonna pass away, right? Something's gonna happen, and things are happening, and they're not they think this is a video game because this is what they accustomed to.
Right. And my whole thing is I think that there's a lot of immature people. There's some older immature people too that have never matured and they're running the yard right now. See,
Yep.
when I sit up here and I tell people that life happens to certain individuals, I'm not saying that life happens where you make irresponsible choices and then you never course correct. I mean, life
Hmm.
happens where you may make some irresponsible choices or life happens to you. But either way it goes, it depends on how you navigate it and what you decide to do with what's been dished out there to you. And
But
so
if they, yeah,
when I go and I teach from the thing of nobody's perfect, but there is a way for you to handle things. But these
Yes.
people, if you listen to them, they would have you think that they are just perfect. Their families are perfect. They're perfect. The people that they marry are
And you
perfect. Children are perfect.
that's it, and it's not right. And then the thing is, they target you at your most vulnerable time, so they're trying to figure out where to attack your heart. And so you're like, oh my gosh. So I do go off on people online, but I'm like one of those people. I'm like, nip it, snip it, and cut it in the bud.
Hey, Faith, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down because I gotta actually get up for work in the morning.
he
But
says
I
he
but
says
I'm
I'm
but I
all,
but I appreciate you for letting me come up as always. Shout out to
we
you.
love you.
I appreciate you for always coming through the Fourth Quarter Talk channel. For everybody that's listening, people in the chat, people on the panel, go subscribe to the Fourth Quarter Talk. We talk about a variety of topics. Like I said, we a fuckery free zone. We don't do the whole, the calling back and forth names and the nigga shit. We don't do none of that. So come over to the Fourth Quarter Talk show.
Yeah.
We go live every Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come fuck with us. I'll shout out to you, Miss Gigi. Appreciate you for always keeping it
Thank
real, showing
you.
love. And nice talking to you, DERELL, man. You be
All
having
right,
some
bro.
funny ass videos and shit, bro. So shout out to you. And
Appreciate it.
appreciate everybody in the chat that was dropping the links to the channel. But I'll holler at y'all later.
All right. Thank you so much, Third Ward. Appreciate you for
Thank
coming up.
you.
No problem. Holler at y'all later.
All right.
Okay.
I
Good.
mean, I'm gonna say. I mean, maturity, wisdom is something that comes with time, and and kids in their 20s and stuff just don't have the time. And one of the most frustrating things that I hear from 20-year-olds is that just because I'm young don't mean you know more than me. Just because I'm young don't mean you know you. I'm like, okay. See, and a lot of these kids reject wisdom. They reject experience.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. I mean, my thing is that when you're a kid, I can tell kids
And we
who
used to
act.
absorb. We used to absorb it.
Yeah, like I can tell kids who are going to have growth as opposed to those that have a hard head and you can't tell them nothing, because those that you can't tell anything are going to make those mistakes because they fail to listen and take in the information from those who are trying to teach them better. And they have to understand, when somebody's trying to tell you better, we're coming from a place of care, a place of wanting you not to make mistakes that
Exactly.
somebody else made, not preaching and lecturing you to convince you to do what we think you should do. Is because there's certain things that you have not experienced or don't know how to emotionally deal with that we have, and we just trying to prevent you from making those mistakes.
Right.
Exactly. All right. Well, let me
That's right.
also
Hi,
welcome the
G.
additional BMT to the stream. What's up, dog? What's
What's up,
up?
BMT?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's
Hi,
going on, y'all?
G.
You know what I'm saying? Be
Ooh, that
Dederell,
voice.
Dederell,
What's up?
you did an amazing, good song. First of all, let me give a shout out to you and your song.
Appreciate it.
I might play that as my intro for tomorrow. I mean, for today. Definitely,
I'm
I'll
sure
play the
you hooked
intro.
all of us up.
Hey man, you can play it anytime you want. Fair use, brother.
uh, Much love for that, brother. Shout out to Faith, shout out to the panel, shout out to the queen on the
Miss
panel.
Gigi.
What's going on, Gigi? How you doing? Yeah, no, this is actually
His
being
voice said Gigi.
Well, BMT, this is actually right up your alley because before you came, we were talking about the manosphere. We were talking about whether or not
Yes.
anybody thought there was going to be a civil war between the real men and the men that are out here faking.
there
You
is.
know,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we are having this conversation. And we're seeing it actually is winding up into that. That's why you're starting to see the manosphere fragment. Why you're actually starting to see it actually where men are actually men that are actually a purpose or doing stuff. And I'm not talking about like no bullshit of doggone having followers or views or certain kind of stuff. But real men don't need all that shit. And at the end of the day, we stand 10 toes down. But what's going on? What's going on now is that you're starting to see where reality meets fiction, and what? Nobody's playing with us, black men. Nobody's playing with us. These rules are changing.
Mm.
And now to the point where now the Supreme Court judge, she's dead.
Mm.
You mess up and make a baby, you're gonna have to eat that 21-year contract now because she's gone. You see now, know what? You better learn how to start manning up and actually start finding your way. Not this little fictitious. Well, we're gonna be able to do this. We're gonna be able to get away with that,
That's
or we're gonna be able
so.
to travel to this country. Good luck with that, because a lot of these countries right now, especially with the way the economy is going right now, they really aren't having the tolerance of taking in more bullshit. That's real right now. I never actually haven't covered these stories, but we're seeing it now where we're seeing a mental breakdown of the manosphere. We're starting to see it, whereas a lot of these guys who are trying to enact these fetishes and fantasies or get caught up in these sex scandals and shit, they can't even keep a relationship. Um, they have mental breakdowns. Then they'll go to another high level of ODing on pills and shit, where they can't they'll wonder, like, are they sexually inadequate, where they'll let another man sexually
Oh,
harass them and abuse them and say, well, your penis ain't shit and all that stuff. And they'll sit there and they'll take that. They even have it where one man that they follow, he says they'll be called his the sons of this man, but he don't claim him. Actually, he has a woman that is a single mother that comes to his house that he has sex with and he has long-term relationship with. But y'all still will follow these people, even though they know that this lifestyle that they talk
tell
on
tell tell them,
YouTube is
King.
nothing
Tell
but
them, King.
entertainment.
Tell
And
them.
so when we have these conversations, listen, y'all, I try to tell y'all, wake the fuck up, man. Like,
Yeah,
really
tell them. They
slow
don't
down,
know. They don't know.
because this
They
shit right
think this
here,
shit is a joke.
like, I get y'all like to talk about y'all going to combat and beat feminism. Listen, the manosphere has been here for 10 plus years,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
y'all have
Mm-hmm.
no fucking power. There is none here. The one
Yeah,
power that you can get is you turn off this social media bullshit and actually go out there, go get yourself a nice job, go find somebody
Yep,
who is
turn it
willing
off.
to actually sit down with you and cooperate with you. I'm always hearing this shit. Well, the women don't want to cooperate. Listen, bro, I just did this live. Either row watched it, Faith watched. I done showed you other cultures. They're not as hot as you think they are.
Thank
So
you.
wherever you think you're going,
It's all fucked up.
it's all fucked up.
I would
It's
agree
all
with that, but
fucked up.
uh, um,
Yeah, like,
appreciate
Yeah, I saw your stream for earlier, and let me go ahead and welcome Zach. Zach, you finally got your audio together.
yeah. StreamYard was
Oh,
drop.
finally! Oh my gosh.
No, StreamYard was dropping me down, y'all. I really couldn't hear nothing, but it looked like I was on there. I had my headphones in. I couldn't hear nothing. Like, I don't know what the
We
hell.
couldn't hear you.
No.
So it was
I
a.
know. I couldn't even like. I'm looking at it because I'm like, damn. Am I in it? Like, and I kind of heard
Okay,
like
you're
a little
back
bit.
now. So what's up?
Appreciate it, Faith. Shout out to the panel.
I'm
I
Gigi.
I was I don't want to be off topic or take y'all back, but as far as the Jessica chick in this space, it's clear that we see. Uh, I mean, she's very convincing. I don't know, like I feel like a lot of dudes when I was calling this shit out last year, niggas was laughing me off the panel. You know, like, oh man, why you worried about it? I'm like, all right, okay, but I don't know. I think she being clever and she's in the long run. I think she's sneaky, and I've been saying that, but I don't know because I be in all these spaces, so I really don't go back and forth about it because I'm not a content creator. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know about the Jessica. What's going on with Jessica chick?
Now I'm saying these guys just amen and ha 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 laugh and just agree with shit. No,
shit, call her out. Don't put it past her either. Like, I don't give a damn if she soft spoken and all that other shit. I'm just now getting off work, y'all. So I'm in the car, I'm driving. I just stopped at the gas station, but it's
Okay.
crazy.
But
When
yeah,
I went,
I totally agree with you. It's like if that was me and I said half the stuff that she said, I would be questioned. They would grill me. They would ask me where my man is. How come I don't have a man? They don't ask Jessica none of those questions that they ask the average black woman. They don't ask her where her man is, why she don't have a man. Maybe it's not as good as you think it is. If you don't have a man, she don't get none of that.
I want you to think about that and exactly what you're saying, Faith. I want you to think about that right now. For a woman that's so amazing, as a lot of these men praise,
So amazing.
why? I want you to just think about that. Why would she stand and hang around a bunch of dudes that could
I'll tell you,
play
I would tell you,
about
I'll tell you,
Th-
and
attention.
th-
that's what
does not sign off like this is supposed to be one of these IG super hot models that they talk about a
If
10, a
if
this
femininity
it's
of
her,
a
is
10
if it's
this
premium
her.
is
product. Why?
this is why me as a woman, I don't hang out around loser dudes. I hang out around powerful guys. And I feel like okay, your power is not enough, I'm gonna hang around a more powerful situation because that's what I'm made of. I'm made to like seek power where power is needed, and I'm a powerful woman.
Okay. But I also wanted to say too, shout out to BMT. Like I got to give BMT his credit because he been up front. He been honest the whole time when he on here, and he go to everywhere. Like everybody know BMT, and at least he standing it. He can handle the pushback. I give him that. You know what I'm saying? Because this Kevin Samuel shit is getting out of hand. I told these niggas 2 months ago while
Oh,
they was laughing.
y'all thought I was the devil when I was saying these things. But now
No,
guess
he
what,
was. I
y'all?
give BMT
The
that he
man
was.
said y'all in the burning building now, baby. And
No, don't
what do
say
you mean?
y'all. 'Cause I'm not the see. This is the thing about me. I pay attention to who subscribe to people. So
Right.
when I see you in certain areas, I know what your mindset is. Me personally, I'm gonna respect everybody because we black and we have certain things we can identify with, like issues in the black community. I'm cool with that.
Booyah!
I might talk a lot of shit. Y'all be hearing the shit I say. These bitches
Right.
crazy, yada yada. But in my real life, when I turn this shit off, I don't hate women. Of course, I disagree with them.
Exactly.
But don't get me wrong though. I will cuss a black woman the fuck out in a minute. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, okay.
I really will. But
And I hear
I
you
don't
with
hate
that,
them,
Zach.
bro. It's not
But
the. Hey,
Zach,
look,
And I
D.
wasn't
Darrell
talking
had to
about
tell me to
black
chill out several times.
but see, but
I put black
here's the
men
thing
in
about it,
his
Zach.
place in a
But you a
minute. I'll be
father.
like,
You a father. Zach, you are a father. Okay. You gonna
Yeah,
tell
yeah, yeah,
me?
yeah.
I want you to think about that, Zach. Would you let anybody in this space tell if you tell your niece or your daughter that they are less than and insignificant because they are a black woman? Would you let anybody tell your son
No,
that
no.
literally that if a white man were to tell them some crazy shit of lay down on the ground because they just so happen to be walking down the street that they should comply and do what they're saying because they have a pocket knife or a gun?
um,
No. I wouldn't say that. What
Okay,
I will say
so
is like, uh,
understand this is where this space has gone where you got these type of people walking around. Understand?
around,
They
yeah,
understand
they're
this is where the
zombies.
space has gone, where it is more so anti-black family, anti-black,
Yep.
anti-black man, anti-black woman. This
Yeah,
space, you know
control.
what? If anything, this is more you. We are at a Klansman rally.
no.
You
But you know what though, BMT, I gotta, I gotta agree with you to a certain point because I hear everything you're saying, and that's correct. But I was telling these guys
Who is
in
this?
February and all that. I was telling these guys in February and all of that. Like, listen, this is what's coming
Hold on,
down the
Zach.
line.
Okay.
Um, I was trying to tell guys, damn near 50 streams ago, like, this is what's coming down the line. Like, see this shit coming, and people was laughing at me. Oh, Zach, you crazy, you crazy. Zach is
They
funny.
were
All
laughing
right.
at me too,
It's
Zach.
cool, so I let it go. I really don't get caught up in the back and forth, but
But
it is
how
They were
a
many
crazy. they think I'm
How many?
crazy.
Hold
Say,
on a second. How many of
no
you
way.
think? How many of you think that this is going to affect Kevin's numbers? That video coming out and people criticizing him for asking about another man's package.
It's
It's
not. It's
not.
not. It's
Not.
it's not.
It's
It's
not.
not. You know
It's
why?
not the
You know why?
issue.
Because I watched his stream one time, right? This was last month, and he pretty much see what he does is he try to pull like little
Zach knows what I'm talking about.
he try to pull little slick moves to throw it out there so you can accept it right away without you really paying attention to it. So on this show, he was like, people talk about me, people call me gay, they call me this, and everybody in the chat like, right, Kevin, you right, Godfather, like dummies, fucking dummies. And I be laughing at people over there.
Yep. I
But
be
I'm not
getting
even.
like
But it's
they like,
clever to watch. The shit is really funny to watch. You gotta watch it one time,
I want
at
to. I
least.
yeah.
want to. I want to
You
say
know.
this.
It's,
You want to say that? And I'm passing my sister Gigi.
okay.
That this is what happened when I want to show you when they caught Pastor Eddie Long having sex with boys. It was too late because they when they every time we catch somebody doing some wrong in the community, they all we somehow people just co-sign and get empathetic and say, you
But
know
it's
what?
the church.
No, they normalize it. They normalize it, BMT,
He
because
can't be wrong in what he's saying, but then we'll say we have these issues. What's going on? But I'm saying at the
Mm-hmm.
high level, you won't call out this new black pastor.
My
Don't
my.
call out
but
this new
you know
saint.
what,
You won't
BMT?
call
Let
out.
me
That's
ask
why I
you
said,
and
let
D
me
Darrell
stand my
something, bro.
black ass out, bro. I'll stand out in the church. Y'all get
Hold
me.
on,
I'll be out here.
hold on. Let me ask you and D Darrell something.
He's
We all
just gonna
men.
finish. Let him finish.
Sorry about that. Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying that we are here now and see, now that we done normalized it where men can doggone talk and about other men's penises, and this is not
Mm.
the first time we've seen this happen in this space.
Woo!
We've seen men talk about anal sex with other men, having blowjobs with other men. See, y'all gotta know
All the time.
it slowly keep coming on in like it's trickling in poison into the system. And
And
men
it
were
was.
never saying anything and calling it out. Now you at the highest level when you crown this man the pastor of your space, the godfather, as y'all call him, of the space.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
he says they praise him and says it's okay. You did nothing wrong. And see, this is when you have it where certain agenda factions says, we got one in. We got him in now. So
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
when
Well,
yeah.
we say
they
other
had
things,
girls.
y'all
They
can't
had
say shit. So
girls.
all's going to be coming now. Because, mind you, he's telling women not to make families with y'all, but how to get with y'all. See, let me show you a little secret. And Gigi and Faith will tell you. Women have down low friends that tell them how to get close to you men.
Yep,
That
yep.
tells
And they'll
them
tell them
Yeah.
who
how to
gay in a
doggone
minute.
maneuver y'all. So
I
guess
went
what?
to Catholic school.
Yep,
So they at the top. They conquered. They
yeah.
got one side on one side they got the colorism. On the other side they got the doggone agenda.
They
So guess what?
did. They
You
did do that shit,
y'all sandwiched in,
and
and
it
you can't
was
do nothing
make
to him because
us.
guess what? He got the finance and also he has the number,
He got
just
the
like the
Yeah,
support.
outside world.
I agree. But now I want to ask the panel.
No.
I want to ask everybody on the panel this one question, starting with D. Darrell. What part of Kevin Samuel's commentary do you most disagree with, and what part of his commentary do you agree with?
The thing that I most disagree with is the fact of, well, there's actually several things that I think I equally disagree with, and the three things that I'm gonna point three things because I think that these things are very superficial, and it doesn't it cannot be fit into a one size fit all perspective when it comes to women looking for a high value man. I think that the the fact that he uses the term having $350,000 as qualifying as high value um, is totally it's not necessarily indicative of a person's wealth, because you can make $350,000 and be in debt. And to me, the question shouldn't be whether or not you make $350,000. It should be what your net worth is. Your net worth is a indicator, is a better indicator of who you are as a high value person, as opposed to how much money you make a year.
I agree.
You can have $1 million and be in $10 million in debt. The other thing I think that to me is offensive is the rating system. The rating system is highly offensive and degrading to women. And to me, I'm very disappointed at the women that come on there just to be rated in itself. And see, you can't criticize men for not um you can't expect men to show you high respect in real life if you're going to allow Kevin to denigrate you to make you feel less than because he think you're a 5 and a 6.
Right.
And I think that in itself is to me not benefiting black women, and is not to me not and is to me his own scale is not indicative of what the average black man think about in regards to the BMI of you having to be between a 0 and a 6 and things of that sort. I think again that is superficial. The BMI does not apply to black women because it was not built, it wasn't created to measure your health and your body density and fat intake and so forth. So those are the things that I look at that I think are highly problematic in his references to what a high value man is in regards to a woman looking for a high value man, or in herself being high value. The thing that I agree with the most for Kevin is the fact that he does reinforce therapy. The fact that he does tell women that, hey, you may need therapy. Now, I may not agree with the delivery of that because I don't think that you necessarily need therapy to get married. I think that's a big far-fetched. But I do think that in some aspects, particularly those who have routinely been in problematic, toxic relationships, I do think that the therapy could be beneficial to them seeking a person. But to say you're going to therapy to find a high value man, that's ludicrous. I mean, that's just I mean, I've had clients come to me saying that they want to work on themselves because they know that there's certain maladaptive behaviors that they present that gets in the way or hinder them from finding a mate, a helpmate, or someone that they want to be in a long-term relationship. But when you're saying you need to go to therapy in order to find a quote-unquote high-value man, that's almost as if you're seeking a certain thing when that particular high-value person may not be fit for you, because that, as we all talked about today, that is a very subjective term that means something different to different women. So
Okay, that's actually I agree with you on all those points, by the way, because those are some of my main things that I have with him as well. But I want to move over to Zach. Zach, what's one thing that you disagree about with Kevin's platform and his talking points, and what do you agree with?
Can y'all hear me?
yes.
Yes.
I think it's several things I disagree with. That's why I watched it just to see how he lay it all out. And I'm looking at this shit like, oh man, this dude funny as hell, but it's clever though, because don't tell me that a nigga got to throw a suit on and women gonna call in. But that's what I see. At the end of the day, I disagree with the whole premise of men not being high value based upon if they are situated as men. So what he's saying is basically by his logic, by Kevin Samuel logic, to me, high value men would be Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan or something. So he's not even high value, but he's setting that standard as if it's, I don't understand, but it's just funny when you see people in the chat and people who call in literally. But I disagree with a whole lot of things he say. One thing I would agree, I don't think I agree with nothing, because some men don't like super thin women. No one wants no chick 120. That's a damn frail little thin body woman. Don't you want a woman to have something you can hold on to? Like, what the fuck? I think that's subjective, and I think that based upon what a man's profession is, when we looking at the conditions of the black community, as long as a man has a job and he's on a straight path and he's doing right, that is high value to me, because he out of trouble. He not losing his life or ending up like Michael Brown or George Floyd. So that's flawed. It's a lot of shit he say flawed, which lets you know he's really hustling the people, and they stupid enough to fall for it. But see, on the flip side, you have the manosphere that pretty much point this shit out, and it's up to people who got sense, who understand how to really understand this shit. So I don't agree with him on nothing, because a lot of that shit he say it's not real. Like he can have a nigga wearing a suit, he getting in line and all this other shit. Come on, man, that don't mean nothing to a guy like me. You can be another crook or a con man. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
As far as I wanted to say one more other thing. I was gonna ask y'all this earlier. DERELL, BMT. You know, we men, bro. So we gonna be clear when we say this. What man asks a man's penis size?
That's what I was saying. That's
and look, he was confident in it, and then he beat the poor young man down and called him fat and broke. What type of gay ass shit is that, bro?
With a small penis.
He gonna say you gotta. Oh, I ain't even gonna say it. Oh man, never mind. That shit was. And then he asked him, did he masturbate? What type of shit is that? Come on, man. You know what we dealing with. Y'all know what we looking at. You know what? Y'all already know what this means. Motherfuckers who got sense. We know what this means. Any nigga ask that, we know. Like.
All right. Last but not least, BMT. What are the things that you agree with, and what are the things? Well, what are the things that you disagree with first, and what are the things that you disagree with as far as Kevin Samuels' talking points?
I disagree with the subjectivity of what he classifies as a high value. Also disagree. Shit, I never agreed with anything the man said.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. I never watched Kevin Samuels before. I just never did. Like since he came in, like I just knew. You're
Right.
talking to somebody. You're talking to somebody who literally has lived in Atlanta. You're talking to somebody who has doggone dealt with men and women that have come out about their stuff. You're talking with somebody who worked at a church. You're talking with somebody who literally is a business owner, not of just one business, but of two businesses. That literally, I never say any of that shit. As long as I've been in the military and traveled the world, I've never seen people use certain kind of coin phrases of, "Well, I'm an alpha. You guys are betas. I'm high value. You guys are not that." Like I'm like, well, goddamn, what kind of musical church is this shit? He told y'all he wasn't for black men. He told y'all my commentary is not for black men. It's literally he told you he's not gonna be talking about racial issues. He's not gonna be talking about politics. Nothing that the black
he did.
He told y'all I'm not going to talk about that. Once he started telling y'all that, just at least the white man that came on goddamn Fantastic Channel, he told y'all shit sounds stupid to him. Kevin just did it slowly. He just eased his goddamn bullshit in on you, right from the back. So
the
white boy said I could be open. Kevin was like, let me take it slow with them, so that way they can put me up there. So as far as it goes for what do I disagree about Kevin? First of all, the high value talk. That's subjective. I've seen men with literally that only make 10 or 20,000. And I mean, I get it. That's not a lot. But literally, they have high standards. They're very respectable. They're good men in society. They're not a problem. I've seen men that don't have their kids, but literally are great fathers. That treat women with respect. I get it. That people will call them a simp, but you know what? These men are literally benefactors to the community. They literally are components that are respected. But I understand, according to his definition, that would not be high value. The talking point of how much money. Let's be real, y'all.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Most men that are functioning in society that are black men. I'm telling you right now, they don't take a lot of these talking points in this space seriously. This is a space. I'm just being for real. If anybody listening, you can come to BMT. You can email me at blackbrother123@gmail.com. I can literally do a on the street thing where I will play your channel to black people in Walmart on the street. I've done shows where I've done this, and I played y'all talking points to people in Walmart and other places, and they thought y'all were weird as fuck.
Same with me. Same with me.
So I understand, like in that, I respect you. You stand on your stoop. I respect you. You stand on your stoop. But see, this is why some of them will never showcase their face. Now, Kevin, he already understands that. Hey, this is not for y'all. This message was never for you, black men. So I disagree with Kevin. Why you here in a space that's supposed to be for the benefit of black men? But you said you were never here for black men.
Exactly.
Black men,
exactly.
You are trying to claim him. Say because this is why they always say all skin folk ain't kinfolk. He just showcased y'all that, but y'all still claimed him. Say, well, he looks like us. He wears a suit. I mean, y'all niggas ever been to Easter Sunday? Y'all ain't never been to church or any kind of function. I mean, no offense, but I'm gonna tell you right now, most dudes, when we get home, we take our suit off. Most men in a professional setting, if they can help it, we rather wear a doggone, a more so comfortable shirt, some doggone dicky pants or some khakis, and be as loose as fitting as we can. And literally, when we get in the office, and I tell you, I've been in some white collar job setting. As soon as we close that door, we're loosening up that damn tie and shit and trying to actually relax. The only people who have to wear a suit are at the ground level. They have to wear a suit because guess what? They are the representative. Other than that, the higher tier, as soon as they start getting up into their office or into their comfortable setting, they loosen up and they're saying, okay, I got to take this shit off. I don't got to put on a front or an appearance. It's no different than a pastor. He puts on the nice little preacher robe when he gets in front of the congregation. As soon as I get in the back office, I take that shit off. Because ain't no need for me to wear this shit around y'all.
And that's
okay. Now let me ask y'all something. Not to cut you off, face. Sorry. What about Obsidian? Pretty much trying to fake agree with this. I think the stream.
It's
Obsidian
money.
Pretty much. Why? It's not that much money in the world. You can't normalize this shit. It's too many straight black men in this space. We're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it.
I know that, brother, but this is what Obsidian does. He follows the money.
And that's okay.
He don't give a shit.
But make sure it's
he don't claim y'all. Like if you on child support, he don't bump with you.
I'm not on child support. I'm not on child support.
Hold on. I want you to understand this. When the dudes who quote the scriptures of Obsidian, it's cool because I say Obsidian. Why do you say what you say? He said, listen, I am an entertainer. Tommy gets that black women,
and that's true too.
But I mean, who is really taking Obsidian seriously at this point?
I mean, look, Faith, I agree with that. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a whole stream, Faith.
See, Obsidian at least is honest that I'm just an entertainer. Y'all motherfuckers take this goddamn show. Y'all take my shit serious. So when he says that, understand. Obsidian told you all he wants is a woman that literally he can work with and bend her over on the couch. So 9 times 10, if the right goddamn woman shows up to Obsidian and they are copacetic, he ain't gonna tell you what's going on. And mind you, they doxed him and they found out. Guess what? He has a pump woman.
No woman is taking Obsidian seriously.
But the whole thing.
But no, Faith.
Go ahead, brother.
He's been with a woman for 12 years.
Yeah.
He been playing house.
Faith. I'm telling you right now, Obsidian's already been doxxed with him and his woman.
Yep.
He's already been doxxed with a black woman that literally was contradictory of what he was talking about. And literally,
that's what I'm saying. What's the caliber of woman that's really taking him serious?
Some women will be with him.
I heard she was less desirable.
Some women will deal with him because you got to think about it. Obsidian probably got benefits. He's an older man. Some women will do it, which goes back to the space that tells you about all these issues that black people see. Like one thing about me, like I've been consistent. People laugh, oh Zach, he crazy, crazy. The whole time, like I've been saying, I do, just try to be me. I don't try to be over the top. Like a lot of people, like fake rich and then they broke and then I don't know what the fuck people be doing, but I be laughing at this shit and I just sit back and laugh because I know me. Like I look at my real life when I turn this shit off. I'm in the bed laying down. I gotta get up. I gotta work out, make sure my kids good. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. I gotta go to work and shit like that. Like work 2 jobs. Like I've been doing this shit for like 2 years now. Like so I be looking at people and they be like, "Oh, he crazy." All right, call me what you want. Call me what you want.
Well, Zach,
But hold on, before you go, BMT, I do want to move on to the next thing because I want to ask DERELL, since he is a therapist, and I want to take advantage of this since he's up here. But what do you think the psychological impact would be if people keep taking the advice of people like Kevin Samuels?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And I'm glad you asked that question.
That's a good question.
It's the same. I look at it the same way that people who go to the pastor, who go to the family member that don't know what they talking about.
Yep.
Usually what people do is that when they put in practice what other people tell them to do instead of working on themselves to come up with reasonable ways to deal with life, what ends up happening is that when they apply it, they're going to have a huge letdown that's going to trigger depression or anxiety or both. And what ends up happening
or suicide.
When they get that huge letdown, then they go to a therapist as the last resort to uncover and heal from all of this craziness that they got involved in. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, the same thing happens with the preacher. They go to the preacher for stuff. The preacher giving them advice, being biased, not focusing on the underlying issues, just looking at things from a surface. And that's pretty much what Kevin does. To his advantage, he is reinforcing them to do therapy, but those women ain't listening to him. Most of those women are not listening to him say that. They're not listening to that. They want to know how Kevin how he's going to rate me, if I'm an 8, if I'm a 6, and to me, they're looking for superficial validation from a man. And so in answer to the question, the likelihood of what's going to happen is that many of those women, when they realize they followed his advice and it doesn't work, a lot of them are going to fall into a depression, or they may be into some level of social anxiety when dealing with the fact of, I'm 35 years old, I don't have a child, I don't have a man, maybe I'm not fit to be with a high value man, or maybe I'm not high value, and it's gonna ruin a lot of women's self-esteem.
No. Hold on. Let me say this. So are we saying that, okay, you see his channel, fuck the numbers, because a lot of people get caught up in the numbers. Oh, he doing numbers. That's bullshit. YouTube is very sketchy because people like y'all have been doing numbers. You see what I'm saying? So it's just in different ways. So I'm looking at it like, these women, they gravitate towards this channel, and these women actually call in, cam up, and literally share their business.
Oh, well, everybody except Jessica X. Jessica X didn't have a camera when she came on.
Okay, what let you believe too that something is going on behind the scenes, which we already thought that, we already covered that. The thing about the manosphere that I do like is that they break shit down. Like y'all have broke so much shit down 50 streams ago that I've seen all this. So the people who don't see this coming, and I don't know, I just support, I just subscribe, I just donate and super chat. You niggas are dumb, you see? Like, that's why his channel like that. I'm not even mad at the success. I can't hate. I can't get mad. The thing is with me is, this space to me is a place where I can come and, this black man can share some information that I'm going through. I'm not on child support, but my baby mama threatening on me. You see what I'm saying? So I like those streams. I like the streams about fathers. I like the streams about black men changing the laws and shit. What I don't like is this slick con man shit where niggas can come in here and dress up and talk crazy and just play gay best friend type shit, which is what he's doing. And
so in saying that, let's hit at the meat at that. I'm gonna hit at the meat at that. I've done streams talking about black homeless men. That was literally one of the least watched videos. I've done streams talking about doggone sexual abuse of children. Some of the least watched streams. I've done streams talking about politics. Least watched streams. Grassroots. Least watched streams. Talking about the family home dissipating. Actually, we done a black men. Shout out to DERELL. You was there for that. Black family men's conference.
I came a lot of times too.
So hold on. Let's look at this. The things that literally are detrimental that have value in society for black people. Black men don't come in droves of 200 to 300 to hear those. They'll come about the gender war, race war, doggone tricking, game, pussy, doggone everything else that is literally at a low level. This is nigger at this point. So when we try to say that we're trying to have the conversation, I've done videos of cooking, how to do business. I think DERELL has done videos talking about mental health. I probably might see 3 or 4 in the chat. I've watched the shows where Faith might try to talk about something deep about dealing with loving yourself. It's like the ones that black people need to hear, nobody's there for. But if we do the hot topics, child support, gender war, and you know what? Jay told me to do it. Joe, put in child support in the chat, and we'll talk. And let's talk about something different. I put child support in that fucking chat. Niggas came in like droves. Single mothers, you know. I was like, well, guess what? We're not talking about single mothers. We're actually talking about this. But now that I got y'all here in the building, sit on down and we're gonna talk about this. See, I understand what y'all need to be talking about. What we need to be talking about. It's not what actually.
Is that what I got to do to get numbers over here? I got to
you got to put in the falsified topic, dark skinned women. You got to put in doggone. You got to put in colorism. You know they like colorism. Make sure. Like see, everybody liked when the white boy was talking about how black women like being humiliated by white people. They loved that white boy then. Granted,
okay, let me say something.
Hold on a sec. The minute he started saying black men, you are dumber and less than inferior to white people. Who said that? I'm like, oh wait, oh. But y'all done swallowed that damn white supremacy cock. Y'all done co-signed him. Now all of a sudden y'all talking about y'all going to debate him and debate him. And mind you, he came through Tommy and Messica X. And y'all said y'all defeated the white man. Y'all didn't defeat him. Because guess what? At the end of the day, if that dude so wanted, there are more of them now in y'all chat that like to just sit there and and they don't even cam up. See, that's why I said they don't even cam up. They just have to say the right words in the chat, and literally they can get y'all on board. And I say, y'all niggas don't even know. Like, think about that. Talk about being a proud black father, or talk about being a black. Talk about being a stepfather. See how they will drag you.
But BMC is one problem with that. This is the black manosphere. Unfortunately, we all know what this means. This is a black space. It's clear that we're seeing it, especially in the chats and on the panels. It's mainly black people. I know the tone of black people's voice. Hold
on. But how do you know? Because a lot of people these days don't even cam up who they are.
That's true. That is so true.
How do you know? How do you know who you're dealing with? A lot of people these days, some of the biggest talkers don't even cam up.
Yeah, because I find myself, and I have to catch myself. Screen learning had to pull my coattail one day on your channel, BMT, because I was arguing literally with an avatar, and I never saw this guy before. Don't even know if he's black or white. He could be just anybody, you know, that I'm arguing with.
And you know what? That's true. That's true. But I'm saying though, y'all have to understand. I've been in this space since 2017, so I'm new to it. As far as coming in, like I ain't been around since 2015, but I know all those the history of it. But what I am saying is, unfortunately, we see that a lot of black people's psyche, they pretty much have an obsession with dysfunction. This is why they show up to the streams about bitches. This is why they show up to the streams about dinner whores and OnlyFans. Guess what? When black men want to bring black men together and talk about issues that black men can cause and affect change, it's down at like 13 to 15 people. And it's not a problem because everything is legit. But one thing that black people got to understand as a whole, so-called black people, because we're not the color of no motherfucking black shirt or no black paint. So we're not really black, but a lot of people believe that. Anyway.
I got a question, Zach. You're a black father. And
yeah.
if you were to meet somebody in your walk of life, do you think that they should, you know what I'm saying, you know, say, well, you already have kids, you should not be talking to nobody. You because you already have kids. Do you think that's right?
I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that.
Hold on now. You disagree with that. You think that's bullshit. Then why is that echoing throughout these spaces that because somebody had a life previous before meeting you, they should not have the ability to talk to people? Mind you, they might have a job, they have a place, their kids are in school, they should not be allowed to talk to you. But I'm hearing that if a man, granted, he might not have the money or have the ideal job he's working, or the person might have a child. I'm just showing you the hypocrisy, or better yet, that I like this one. People had a problem with cuties, but then we forget that they were having the conversation about get a woman before she hits the wall before 25.
Okay, I get that.
But then they talk about traveling to places where it's legally of age of cuties.
Okay, now BMT, this is where you're gonna disagree with me at, because
go ahead.
Even DERELL had to tell me on this kind of knowledge that, come on, man, you can't say that, man. The thing is with me, what you said is correct. Like, you can't be a hypocrite and do one thing and say another. That's true. But me as a black man in the situation I'm in, 2 kids in, been with this girl 8 years. Now, it's not that she can't talk to nobody, but the whole idea of her being with somebody else, it's not my business. I'm not insecure. I'm not bitter. I'm not hurt. I'm just saying, it's not a good choice as a woman unless you're picking a husband. The reason why I say that is because I got kids now. So I have to think about me and my children. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing about this space where they say, oh, no single mothers and yada, yada. To a certain point, it's kind of true, bro, because, like, if you weren't with the chick you got kids by, right? Now, she can move on. She a woman. That's her business. That's okay. At the end of the day, now as a man, as a father, you have to think outside of the box. You got to think for your kids. You got to prioritize your choices on what's best for you and your children. And at that point, you're going to look at this woman and say, oh, you dating again now. Oh, now you got a nigga, right? What about my motherfucking kids? I don't give a fuck about your life. This is the trade-off that women don't want to give. Because even if you have children by a man and you're not with them, it don't matter if you move on. That's cool. You're a woman. We already know that. At the end of the day, be responsible in your choices. That means don't have kids randomly. You can date and do what you want, but don't have no niggas around my children. I don't give a fuck if I don't live with you. Because I'm going through that now. I have my apartment. She have her house. My kids is there. My kids get dropped off to me. But in the back of my mind, I think about, I hope this stupid bitch ain't got no dumb shit around my kids. That's just me. That's why I like this space. You see
Okay,
what I'm
Well,
saying?
you know
but
what? I can actually speak to that because I am a woman and I've raised children alone. And to be honest with you, I found that it was easier for me to just separate my dating life from my children. And then when my
Thank you.
children got
Thank you,
older,
Faith.
yeah, when my children got older, my life was my own to myself. And so, I went ahead and did whatever I wanted to do after they were of age. So I agree
Thank
with
you. No, I got a 6-year-old and I got a 3-year-old. My son's birthday is a day after mine. Our birthday is coming up in October. Man, when I have my
Mine
kids,
too.
you know what I do to my kids,
that.
man. Man, I read to my kids. I show my daughter how to wash dishes as a man. Literally, the shit that I do with my kids is different. So I don't know what's going on when she have them. I know we not together. Because of that, I understand. Okay, Zach, you could have made it work. You could have been with this woman, and that was cool. I tried all that, but at some point, I'm gonna pick my respect over dealing with a woman that I feel like I want to smack the shit out of. I'm not that type of guy. You see, I gotta leave when
Wow.
I feel like I wanna smack the shit out you. And it's not
okay,
about me being a woman beater, none of that. I don't beat women. I don't even have a record. I don't even have a tattoo. Not even a Facebook page. I only
All
eat
right.
one meal a day. You
All
see?
right. All right. Well, I'm going to table that because I want to go back to that, but I want to get D Darrell in. Go ahead, D.
Well, um, I kind of got lost. Can you? Because it kind of went a different. It went to a lot of different directions. So,
Well, we were talking about single mothers and
okay,
women, waiting, before they introduce children, men
okay,
into the household and stuff
okay.
like that.
I pretty much, this is a common thing for a lot of black, particularly younger black women that I deal with and provide services for, between, I'm gonna say, mid 20s, early mid 20s to mid 30s. And for the most part, most women feel more comfortable. It's a very sensitive thing because you can't have anybody around your children, and so it's hard to put a timeline in what would be the point where you would think a person is trustworthy to be around your children. But for the most part, if the rule of thumb that I like to pretty much try to reinforce is that if this person is not someone that you're considering being engaged to and marrying, they don't need to be seeing your children. Not dating seriously, not we got this thing going. If this is not someone that you deem worthy to raise your children or help you raise your children, then you should separate your dating life from your home life, unless that person at some point is about to put a ring on it or showing that level of commitment that they are going to marry you. Because to me, that's the only proper way to introduce that, because the kids are understanding you're getting ready to be part of the family. One of the biggest problems, and you hear it, and a lot of these guys that we see in this red pill space, a lot of these guys are were raised by single mothers where they saw their mother routinely having a different man every month, every week, or multiple guys coming in and out, not staying and leaving, and a lot of that pent up anger evolve from that relationship of seeing and witnessing that. And then you know what they do? They take that out on females when they start dating when they get older, because of feeling like, because my mother seemed to have been a person that dealt with a lot of different men, you're probably going to do the same thing. They tend to equate that to that behavior that they saw the closest female to them in their life, their mother. So I think it's something that, particularly for females, or even a man that has custody of his children, you can't have any and everybody around your children. There's too much sexual abuse going on, with people, where you trust somebody and they turn around and touch or do something inappropriate to your child. And as a parent, I think it's okay to be ultra conservative about that, and that you want to vet that person, as much as you can before you make that decision. So for the most part, I'm like, hey, if this person is not going to be someone that's worthy of marriage worthy, I don't see it's any point of you uh showing, introducing your children or having them in that space.
Yeah, yeah, but DERELL, you forgot one thing. When the woman don't respect you and she moves on, you think she worried about that? She's worried about living her best life and moving on. These are the issues that black men face.
But
Now,
that's not the question, Zach. The question was about what would be the appropriate, the appropriate time, like to have what would be an appropriate time or situation to connect your children with a person that you're dating.
right, but here go the whole thing, DERELL. Okay, you married, right? Like you said, right?
Yes.
Now you with your wife, you got your family. That's a good thing, even though it won't happen. If you won with your wife and you like, okay, we not together, and she moved on, you moved on, you don't think for a minute that even if you thought that she would do the right thing, she's still a woman, you see? So she's still gonna have, she are still going to live her life.
Yeah, but that don't
So
mean that she's going to expose my children to
yeah,
her
but
life.
you don't know what a woman will do. That's my whole point.
Nah, I know. I do know what a woman will do. I mean, because my thing is, we're gonna have a discussion about that.
If it's real, because women always hold things back. They only let men know things
Zach,
that they want them to know. That's
Zach,
not true. And
Zach,
a lot of men,
Zach,
are naive to that.
Let me get in this after this.
Hold on, but Zach, we've had this discussion about you using that term in the majorative. All women don't act and make the
I'm
same
not saying all women. I wouldn't say that.
No, but you said women do that.
I'm just saying, as a man, if you're a thinker, you wouldn't put it past a woman. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that we're gonna have that discussion, and we're gonna have a discussion how we're gonna operate and how we're gonna raise our children, and I'm gonna hold that person to the things that we talked about. So if we don't talk about it and so forth, then yeah, she has the license to do whatever, but I'm not gonna be without co-parenting without me discussing how we're gonna move forward with us having other relationships and how that's going to affect our children. Because
I can agree with that. Communication is key.
Yeah, because I'm going to have the discussion of I'm not going to bring anybody around our children, and I expect you to do the same.
So I want to let me cut it this because this is why when I said that we're having this is where the Civil War is cracking in, where people like to use fantasy versus reality. And they love talking about celebrity divorces and all this other shit. And I'm like, okay, let's operate in reality. No relationship is perfect. I know we like to think it is. I know we like to think that when two people come together, that it just turns to peaches and cream. But telling you from the three perspectives of all of us, even with a woman up here, that it never. This is where you sit down and have the talks, and we're finding out a lot of people didn't have the talks. This is before the kids, during the conception of the kids, and after the kid is here. That if something were to happen, we start having these discussions. Hey, listen, I'll let y'all know. BMT, I was separated from mine. I was, but you know what? I didn't stop my duties as a father. I make sure that even that the kid's mother had a vehicle. I made sure that doggone the lights and the bills were getting paid. And see, I hear and I listen to the vitriol of a lot of men because they still don't have access to the poom poom. And Faith will tell you, if men can't get access, and DERELL will tell you, if men can't get access to the poom poom.
Oh, they are very, very upset.
Or we can hit it up where if women, you can't get access to who that man is dealing with, we start to take it out or have the resentment on the children. And we'll
I
start to
disagree with that, BMT.
and then we'll start to see this is where people who are not in the field of reality start to doggone displace and put in, well, if I was you, I would do this. Well, if I was you, well, hold up, nigga. You're not in that relationship. Rather,
Right.
you telling them the woulda, shoulda, coulda of as if you got some type of screenwriting script that you can rewrite this shit. You should probably be telling them, hey, man, y'all might need to sit down, talk about some counseling, probably work it out. If y'all can't work it out, because understand this. I mean, I tell, like, I had one guy said, well, you know, she do this, she do that, she smoke around the kids. All you got to do is write it down. Listen, when the kid gets a certain age, guess what? You can go back to court and doggone repetition the agreement. You can repetition the agreement.
And I just want to address Zach real quick, because Zach, absolutely, there are men out here that will sit up here and they will abandon their whole families. They will just tell their kids, hey, adios amigos. If I can't have access to the poon, your mama not having sex with me no more. That's it. I'm not your daddy. I'm out of here. You know, I've seen plenty of guys do that. So,
then you know what, Faith, though? You know what, Faith? That's the type of man that I probably would punch in his mouth. But I'm talking about guys who genuinely love their kids. We talking about guys, even at their lowest point, they would be around for their children. I've been that guy. Once I got my shit together, I started getting better at things, and I was getting disrespected more. When I was broke as fuck, everybody was shaking my hand and cool with me. And yeah, Zach a real nigga and all this other shit. Now I got some money. Now I got savings account. My kids on my life insurance. I got all this shit. And now I'm dealing with disrespect. That's why I come in this thing.
Here's the thing, Zach. How do you think that these women get to the point where they're running and asking for the child support? A lot of times, you know, they would have had a harmonious thing going where the guy was still having sexual access. He was coming over as long as she was spreading the legs open. He would come over, give her money, and do for the children. I'm just saying, this is what I've seen. And then as soon as she finds somebody that's a little bit more serious than him, and she cuts him off from the poon because she's getting a real actual commitment from somebody, then all of a sudden here he come. Oh no, well, you got this guy to ask him for the money. Oh, you know, it becomes one of those situations.
We got to be fair about that.
Go ahead, BMP.
No,
go ahead.
The thing about it is, we're not saying that women don't do it too, but I do know women that literally they Facebook stalk their men. But see so what we're saying is that, hey, people, listen, unless you're in the thicket of things, you know, you got to understand you go from relationship to my obligation is to take care of my children. But also, I to no end, I get tired of this child support talking shit where, well, you got child support, so what the fuck you need me for? Well, dude, you're the parent. You are the parent. Child support does not substitute for being a parent.
Bingo.
That it will never substitute for being a parent ever. Ever. So when I hear the talk, and mind you, I don't know who's thinking that people are living like millionaires on child support. They're not. Literally, I'm telling you right now, you can only wiggle so much with goddamn $150. We already know there are no fucking high earners in this space. But if they were, you would be too busy doing a goddamn 40-day week. So we can also be honest and say the people who are working, they don't have time to be on social media for 8 to 11 hours at a time.
Thank you, BMT, for acknowledging that the average child support payment is not $1,000 a month.
Yeah, I gotta be real with y'all.
200. That's the average that I hear.
I'm just being honest with y'all. If y'all were doing that, y'all would have been getting lawyers and all kind of shit. Y'all would have gonna be making changes in your grassroots.
Yeah, but if they making 6 figures, they should be paying way more child support. All these guys and Tech and making six figures.
Don't do that with them. Yeah, listen, man.
DERELL, you know they not making six figures. They lying.
So
I know I'm being facetious.
So when we have these talks, understand, I wasn't even in the goddamn home, and I was still forking out $1,500 to $1,600, and that doesn't even include the car payment. So I be like looking at y'all, and that's because I knew my kids needed clothes for school. They needed doggone to make sure that they had medication, but one of them had doggone breathing problems, different other things. But see, at no time did I ever say, my mom said, Josiah, I raised you right.
Wait, did we run Zach off the stream?
No, I don't think so. But I'm just saying.
No, Zach, he probably something happened because Zach, we didn't have way heavier conversations about this and that, and he stayed on. So.
Right. y'all gotta understand, man. Like, this is where these Civil War talking points, because some of y'all are imposing y'all traumas on the other people. Well, you shouldn't get married. Wait, why? Because your marriage failed? Well, I wouldn't do it again. Okay, that's you. But let me tell you, in functional society, the funny thing about it is most people who are in a long-term relationship, they kind of start looking back for somebody, but they're used to that stability. And then they say, you know what, I'm going to go find somebody. Or they say, you know what, now that the kids are grown, let's just be friends, or let's just be copacetic. Whenever they go to college graduation, I've seen people who are divorced. Both parents are at the college graduation, not fighting, not arguing, not doing no disdainment. They're just right there taking pictures. They're right there with their other mates and stuff. They ain't got no problem. They just living life. There's none of this stuff. Like I said, like we need a doggone like all this stuff going on, like this low self-esteem. Listen, see, this is why I said, like, some people need help. Like, there's some issues that we could probably have been fixing, but the talking point, I hear them.
Yeah, you know what, and BMT, not to cut you off, but I want to ask you guys this, because what is the problem? Because see, on my panel, my platform, I say all Black families matter. Single mother families matter. Single father family matters. Grandparents raising the children matter. Stepfathers matter. You know, I think that if it's a Black person raising our children, they all matter. So what is this vitriol against these families that are not traditional here in the States? Go ahead, DERELL.
Okay. I think my thing is that it's very difficult for them to connect. They think for many of them, because they live in this bubble of red pill ideology. When we look at non-traditional relationships, which doesn't comprise of a single family home, headed by from a paternalistic standpoint, they automatically think that it's rooted in the fact that Black women were not submissive and they were not feminine enough. I mean, they were not feminine enough. So anything outside of that constitute a situation in which Black women contributed into the breakup of the family. So when you start talking about the fact of the single family home, then the rhetoric goes into, the single parent home headed by a female. It goes into the situation that she chose feminism. She was not submissive enough. She's this angry Black woman. I can do it all by myself. See, anything outside of a traditional family is anything outside of that constitutes a situation in which Black women contributed to the breakup of the Black family. So the only thing that they're going to consciously maybe talk about and discuss with any sense is anything that contributes to a household with a mother, father, and children headed by a Black man.
But if that's the case, then why are they getting on guys like ARC for getting married, having children? That it just seems so contradictory.
It is. No, because let me tell you.
And that's the flaw. That's the flaw in red pill ideology.
No, it ain't, bro. Look, Alan Roger
Yes,
Curry.
it is.
He wrote the book,
and it's
which is a
very
good.
clear. It's very clear as day. You can say that, but you can't say you cannot say you are for a paternalistic situation, and then at the same time a black man that gets married, that's basically creating a paternalistic environment for his family. He's a simp.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying AIC is a black man like us. Okay, he has a woman. He has a children later in his life, whatever. Anyway, it's nothing wrong with that. The thing is, it's the rhetoric and the message that these black men before us pushed out and pretty much led younger black men to shit. Let's be real. There's nothing wrong with AIC, decent dude. Never really came at me, but him writing all these books and getting on these panels is two different things. So now you all serious, now you're getting married and all that. That's flawed to niggas who look at him and be like, okay, he had his body of work. And,
so let me ask you,
it was a hustle.
Did he ever talk
so
down
now you
on
hustling
marriage?
black men. Now you hustling black men. Is it cool to do that? Maybe you're right. P. Diddy been doing it.
Zach, did he ever talk down on marriage?
No. Not from his book and all that I know of. He never talked down. I never read the book. But I spoke to him on cameras.
I'm gonna say this, Faith. He never talked down on marriage, but he never talked in favor of it either.
Exactly. That's the point.
This is where, like I was telling a lot of people, whereas to y'all need to learn how to separate fiction from reality. When this is why when I hear talking about you need a doggone head and well the patriarchy, but I'm like, hold up, y'all talking about having whole surrogate babies and that a black man can be a single father, he don't need the woman. I'm like, well, damn, didn't I hear the women say I don't need a man? Now I'm hearing black men say I don't need a woman. Just give me. I just want to have a kid, but I don't want no man. And I'm like, oh shit. How the world done changed now. So now y'all are talking about fuck family. I just want to be able to raise kids on my own, knowing that if y'all don't understand, that other child is at some point, probably really soon, is going to ask when they get around other children or society, where's my other half? What do you want to say? Well, you're a test tube baby? I've seen them damn jokes when they call people test tube baby. So you're going to have those issues. Now, the ARC thing, yeah, I've heard, I never read his book. But the thing about it is, at some point, you're going to have to detox from the pill. You're going to have to detox from the shit. When you actually see, again, when you meet that right one, that pill shit goes out the window. Because then when you start actually putting in the work and building a family, you're not going to be talking that jibber jabber you say on YouTube. Because they're like, hold up, bro. We 50-50 in this child, in raising and building of a home. I'm supporting you in my half. You're supporting me in your half. So this kind of slave meets master shit, don't play that game with me. So now you're wanting, I get it. You want somebody, the dog said, well, you said this on YouTube 2 years ago on 14 days. Okay, congratulations. Yes, I said it. I apologize. Do y'all want me to take those episodes down or some shit? He wrote the book. I get it. A lot of stuff is very interesting. But now the man is in family mode. And literally, I'm hearing black men say, black men are literally, the women aren't really fucking getting mad at him for it. But I'm watching the men honestly get upset that the man is now in family mode. He has a whole kid.
Yeah. I'm not upset with.
But he's not telling y'all to go out and make. He's telling y'all to go out and pump and dump. I'm not seeing him telling y'all to go out and financially abort your kid. Like those are stuff that in other society are frowned upon. They're looked down on. But when we're hearing it in our spaces, that people are gladly preaching the gospel, that's the greatest thing ever, then you know you are going in a point past no return. So those same people that you hate, that we say that we dislike, you are actually turning coat to actually praise and want to be part of that dysfunctional behavior. So
but you know, BMT, bro, like I can't take that away from no man as a man. Like every man got the right to live a life. The thing is, like me and you, like we a lot younger. We already had our kids. You see?
right,
So I'm not judging a man because that's not my place. But the thing is, guys who follow the ideology, this is why it's important that black men don't push that rhetoric out there. This is why I push back on game sometimes.
I get what you're saying. Like, listen,
You see what I'm saying?
no.
I mean, nothing against ARC. He's still a black man like us. He a father. That's a good thing. Take care of your family. Spend time with your family, bro. Live your life. But at the same time, you know, writing a book, which is a good thing because that's smart that black men write books. I like that shit because I know how to draw. Like art. You see what I'm saying? So I like that shit, but people been hearing all this rhetoric for a long time, reading the information, and these people internalize that. So of course some people will push back and try to feel like, oh, this nigga switching up, but not really. He's a man like you. So I don't have nothing against a man who, okay, you got a family.
So do you think that he should just put out another book or come out and change his rhetoric or whatever?
I think he should adapt. He should adapt, and just pretty much just state his opinions on his life. Like his life is his life. He's a man. He don't have to prove nothing. Right? No, I'm saying he don't have to prove nothing. But the thing is, people, a lot of these guys in this space really read his book. I never did. Why? I don't want to read books on relationships and none of that. It's not me.
What was that, D? What was that, D?
I said he didn't miss anything. Not reading the book, you didn't miss anything. Trust me.
Exactly. That's why I never read it. But a lot of these dudes know word chapters. I'm like, damn, these guys really need it. Like, but guys like us didn't.
But see, that's when you're looking for. That's why I said that's how you know the lack of fathers and mentorship is drastically gone when grown men are clutching onto the words of other men. And see the thing, the perception of growing up and being a man is when I was a child, I thought as a child.
Right.
I became a man. I put away childish things. So what you're saying is, as we get older, our mindset develops. See, this is why it takes longer for men to develop, because what we perceive at a child, teenager, in our 20s, oh shit, now I'm going to my 30s. Why am I still thinking like my 20s? I'm in my 30s. Why am I still trying to keep up with the 20s? Oh, I'm going to my 40s. Why am I still trying to hang around, trying to talk to shorties in high school and in college? I should be talking about dealing with mature people. But see, we're seeing these people when you start playing these games about, well, I can talk to a female, check her, put her in her place, and then after that, I'm gonna go ahead, talk to my concubine, and I'm like, see, nigga, I don't know if Patricia's world. Okay, I get it. You're talking to hoes right now. So everybody, go ahead, JT. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's all dysfunctional. That's dysfunctional.
Exactly. So
I told you they normalize.
You're watching schoolboy talk versus real talk amongst men. We're not talking like that. Most time for most of us men, for the most part, we've been talking about grassroots and functionality. We understand that as black people, and I know y'all don't want to hear this, what you do to one will affect the masses. You treat one person like shit, that will ripple onto other black people. It may just come back to you, especially if y'all all live in the same community, the same city. If you're pumping and making babies and say, well, fuck it, I live on the other side of town. That shit ain't gonna reach me. But then that same child, 10 to 16 years down the road, is the same nigga strung you up with a gun saying, give me everything you got. Oh, you my dad. Oh, I got some words for you, nigga. You definitely know I want to blast you. And you know what's crazy? There have been stories like this on the news where we have brothers who are running game, making countless babies, and their babies are out there shooting at the community. But then they'll say, well, guess what? I'm a good brother. What did I do wrong? You'll have it with the women doing dysfunctionality, saying, I'm going to live my best life. But then they'll wonder why, well, why don't the other black women support us or want to actually uplift us or have nothing to do with us? Because you left your daughter hanging and put her out there in the street. So she's like, you know what? Either I'm going to end up having to get with an older man to take care of me because my family abandoned me. This is why a lot of young girls get with older men. Because guess what? They were put out by their family and now they're wolves to the world. Or we allow them to grow up too fast and not slow them down. Shout out. I'm going to do a talk about. I'm going to be doing a talk with me and Jay, and in Faith. She already knows she got a seat there about taking our daughters to the clinic for doggone what's that we talked about doing with our daughters?
Birth control. I did it. You know, unapologetically, I did that.
Now, hold on now. But see, these are the real conversations that DERELL had to probably sit down with his wife and have a talk with about, hey, our daughters are growing up and starting to feel themselves. They're going to be going to school. I need to get ahead of the curve. And
I did it before they were sexually active. As soon as they started ovulating,
I'm not saying everybody's taking their child down there.
I agree with that, Faith.
Right.
Now, but you know what?
Why aren't we having these conversations on panel? Why are we not having these type of discussions? Because mind you, we cannot lie that the black community, what you're seeing now, is not actually the best interpretation of what is actually going out there. And that's how you know motherfuckers ain't actually out there seeing what's really happening. They like to give you statistics of the CDC. Not too long ago, the CDC just told you that most black men are gay. Most black, we have 48.
No, those statistics are not complete.
That's what they say. That's what they say on that. No, those statistics is rounded up in a certain percentage of numbers, which is true, but it's not true. Most black men are straight. Most black men work. Most black men probably are in relationships or they have like a girlfriend, boyfriend situation.
You have to know how to read and interpret those statistics.
Yeah, you got to know that shit don't not be real.
Dead by 21. They kept telling me I'll be dead by 21.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit, man.
You'll be incarcerated.
Wait, hold on. What was that, DERELL?
Oh, I said that they're basically they don't know how to read statistics. And what they're doing is they're taking the statistics as if the numbers and the scores and the results are going to be factual and applied in any situation when you can find other research that just like that can vary. You can't take one research or one statistic and make that the be all end all of what it be indicative of any scenario in the black community. And I hate when
black demographic.com.
What the research does is gives rise to causality of why something occurred and the probability of something occurring, not the fact. Not the fact of the research says that 50% of black men do this, so that means that more than likely the black man. No, it just going to do it. That's not what what it does is it gives light to the variables and the situations that contribute to a result happening, good or bad. And
that's true. That makes sense.
These guys get on here acting like this research is supposed to be the law, and it's not. And that's why I hate debate. That's why I like you try to debate with them. I've been on, and BMT knows I've been on Proper Thought series, debating them and telling them to quit using these certain internet. They're using internet statistics. They're not using true journals and academic from libraries. And I tried to tell them that they don't want to listen. I don't know what I'm talking about. They tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, but you know what, DERELL, I've seen those numbers. I've seen these sites because I did this shit last year when I was hearing all these stats. I was looking this shit up, examining shit for myself, like, okay, this makes sense, this don't. Okay, I'm just reading this shit. So a lot of this shit, I got a relay, but a lot of this shit that I've seen, the numbers are numbers. Don't get me wrong. but they doing math wrong to me because you can't explain to me that you saying that they saying on there that 51% of black men are childless. Okay, well that's true, but then how do you explain the high rate and number and child support court alimony and things that men deal with women and they're not
see, but there's
Zach, the CDC came out and they said, and I did a video on this. They said that there is not enough data to collect male paternity.
Exactly.
That was the point. That was the point.
Yeah,
that's
not
true.
enough data.
That's true.
And
I'm not saying the numbers ain't tallied up. I'm saying they doing math wrong.
But
they can look. It's nothing to do with math, bro. All you got to do is get 100 people. Then you pretty much give a survey. You do an experiment. This is how they come up with it. That don't mean it's true though. That don't mean it's true.
Well, out of wedlock births is based off of birth. The information collected off of birth records. That's all they have to go by. And they say that 40% of black men don't sign the birth certificates. So if you got
that's true.
Right. If you got 40% of black men not signing birth certificates and you got 37% that do, that right there will tell you that there's a higher number of black males who are fathers that outside of wedlock.
No, I'm not saying majority of the men are fathers. What I'm saying is that's true because I was there for both of my children. Like when she spit my daughter out, I first one holding her. When the doctor gave you the baby, and the baby started crying and all that, and then my son, she had a C-section, so they had to cover up. They passed my son to me. I'm the first one. I've been there for both pregnancies. Most men don't sign that because I've signed it because I've seen my babies. Plus, I've been with her for like 7 years. So, I mean, it's. But I'm just saying, most men don't. Some dudes leave. They don't even sign nothing.
You know why most men?
Some dudes don't, and that's true. But those statistics is flawed because they're not taking into account of the conditions that people are living under. This is why it's flawed. Like, okay, it might be right about most women. Like, I seen some shit where they said 50% of black women got herpes. Well, that's not true because damn near all the black men would have been having herpes and spreading it. That's not true. What it is true is some people have caught STDs. Yeah, gonorrhea, trichomonias, all this other shit. Motherfucking what's the other one? Damn, I forgot. But anyway, people are catching those, but I don't think just all women got herpes because herpes you can't get rid of. That's not true. We would have had an outbreak. That's how I look at it. But this is America. We know that they use propaganda and they really skew stuff in their favor. So we should understand that. This is why you gotta get with the people who really talk that shit and understand. The people who want to laugh and be on these live streams and y'all crazy. Y'all just them the motherfuckers who here for entertainment.
Before the next, Zach, you have to know how to interpret the statistics. But I want to go back to DERELL.
Yeah. In the interpretation of the statistics, you have to understand that you have to look at, and this is what I was trying to tell these guys they don't understand, that the statistics, if your data collection is not appropriately administered, it can alter the statistics. If there's something called a standard error of estimate. All statistics have errors. All statistics have limitations. You cannot take pure raw data results and articulate that in a manner in which it is perfect. It's not perfect. You have to look at the things that could have went wrong in it. And also, and as I was telling these guys that I debate against, let's say you're going to talk about a statistic. Let's say the things that, let's say we deal with something with why black females outpace black men in education. Okay. And let's say they do a research on that. You also have to look at several different types of research. You can't take one research study and participate in confirmation bias because that 1 out of 100 research papers said one particular thing that you agree with to prove a narrative. That's disingenuous research, and these guys don't understand, man. It's a lot of stuff that you have to, if you are going to look at research. You have to look at all the circumstances in which that research was compiled. You cannot just quote the research that is consistent with a narrative that you want to get across. You have to look at the good and the bad. You have to look at who did the research, why they did it, who funded the research. You have to look at the methodology, the results, the limitations, and then you come up with a an educated reason on what this research was attempting to do. Just because research is done, our research is not good research. If your research don't have good validity or reliability, meaning that there's several other research reports that has been done over and over and it shows the same thing, or let's say the research doesn't measure what it's supposed to. When I did the thing that when that guy Andrew or Dirk Nowitzki came on Fantastic Simpson's platform about intelligence testing, that was a case in point of poor um, validity, because what he did was he tried to use an intelligence test to conclude that black women make mating choices based on or choosing more intelligent men, when the intelligence test is not designed to measure gender preferences for mating. It's designed to measure or attempt to measure intelligence. But again, I don't know what I'm talking about, because my degrees and my experience doing research don't matter according to them. So, but this is what I'm talking about, when they just quoting stuff and just reading stuff, and they don't know how to explain it, and they don't know the nuances that create the research. So
And see, I have a lot of respect for people that actually do know how to interpret the research and the statistics, because there is a lot of people out here regurgitating these numbers, but they really do not understand. They don't really, and really, even if you're a layman's, if you know basic mathematics, if you know basic statistics, you can crunch those numbers and you can find variables that are missing, and you can say, okay, well, this is going to affect how this number is interpreted because this variable is missing. The intelligent person knows how to do that, but these guys are not intelligent. They are not factual statistic, how do you call it, statistician experts. So what they do is they go and regurgitate this information as if it is the absolute gospel, and then they use it to rub into people's faces, and that's what I don't agree with.
And I tried to tell them, I said, listen, just like that guy tried to use the statistics, saying when they took the intelligence test, which was the Mensa test, that wasn't even a full battery test. And that's why I was saying they had no business even discussing it, because none of them knew what they was talking about. The Mensa test was not a full battery test. It's a 2-hour test that's actually a summary or a simplified intelligence test that's not as reliable or valid as a full battery test that BMT took when he was in the military. That's a totally different test. BMT took a real intelligence test. That
Yeah,
bullshit.
that's true. That's true. That's true. The military test you. That's true.
Yeah, that bullshit that they took going to some clinic or somewhere that they and it only took 2 hours. I've administered over 100
No,
intelligence
that
tests.
shit takes a long
It
time.
takes 4 to 5 hours to complete that.
You will go there in the morning, and you will. That test does not stop. Like you just, are you good? Are you okay? Yeah. Okay, stay awake. Stay awake. Keep
But
focused.
that's the same thing that I have with people that look down on people that have their GED versus people that have their high school diplomas. I would say that people that actually took that GED test, that is a very long test. It takes hours to pass, and you have to actually know your shit in order to get it. Whereas with the high school diploma, I know people graduating out of high school that can't even read and count. They got a high school diploma because they just got pushed through.
So that's why, and I want to say that, and like I said, this is why whenever we do the Sunday talk, and I want to, I want to show you this. I want to show y'all this. This is why the manosphere is drastically fading and descending down, because when we try to grab people who are in proper position, like I said, brother DERELL, literally, and mind you, everybody on my team is supposed to be of something, except for one person. His mind is shifted off in space. But you know, when you're watching a marriage therapist having to explain to a group of men about why therapy for relation, mind you, anybody who's ever been to the courthouse, what does a judge ask a couple before they get divorced?
Marriage therapy.
Have you seeked out marriage therapy? Better yet, we can go find you one or two that y'all can go to. Why? For a non-biased talk. I'm trying to let y'all know. Because literally, but like I said, I have done this for plenty of soldiers before they get divorced. Hey guys, this is going to affect your kids. Hey guys, this is going to affect your finances. Hey guys, this is going to affect your mental health. Hey guys, this is going to affect you physically. I have to tell them that because literally, when you get in relationships, it's going to change you mentally, physically, and economically. But you're coming here to this space for therapy. Understand? Back then, whenever shout out to O'Shea, when he used to do the Rumble, it was all intellectual minds only. But then we understand people want to see the arguing, the fighting. So what happened to all
Yeah,
the intellectual people? They stopped coming.
they
They
stopped
stopped,
coming.
they
Yeah,
stopped coming. You stop seeing the doctors coming. You stop seeing the therapists. You stop seeing the psychologists. You stop seeing the brothers who are doing things that were literally grassroots level, men and women. You stop seeing them come. Erica Williams stopped going up there. A lot of different men and women just stopped going. And I think, and I mean, a lot of people stopped talking about things that could um help the black community. It went to shame each other, shame black women, shame black men, colorism, and different other shit. Now, and I'm moving away from just that panel and showcasing you because, mind you, when I do the hour power, I go seek out information man, DERELL, attorney Michelle. I'll go grab as many different people that are literally doing things in the community. People show up, not that many. Mind you, the information that they're putting out, you would have to pay money to sit in front of them off screen. But they don't mind going over it straightforward, free, clean. We saw somebody arguing with DERELL about a relationship. Mind you, I'm like, wait, hold up, wait, you got DERELL, literally the therapist telling you, a woman, about it, but she want to talk about how wet her pussy is. And I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? What's going on? What is this? What is going on? Like, but again, that video blew up because they enjoyed watching dysfunction of a man and a woman fight rather than them be professional. So we understand that the entities that be do not like seeing us have respect, honor, some type of professionalism. We have it where if a woman gets a job, somehow that man is losing power. And I'm like, hold up, bro. Like, why is that bad that a two house income? Yeah, man, she's mostly at work getting her back blown out. You don't think she just ain't going to work? You don't think that she just don't want to make a check? Like y'all, we'll talk about doggone. Everybody likes talking about the Hotep. But then when we talk about, hey man, what about us building up grassroots of schools, funding, shelters that actually help our people get off of drugs and a bit addictions and different other stuff? Man, I ain't got time to hear that shit. Fuck these people. Fuck this lifestyle. Republican, black city and all this shit. And I'm like, dude, those are the same people that are gentrifying and kicking y'all out of y'all communities. Why are y'all praising those people? Or you got it with the other side. They want y'all to doggone tell your sons to wear dresses and y'all women that y'all can go out there and go toe to toe with a man and you get knocked out. Then the black woman, you like, yo, where's my man? Well, your man is right there getting his nails and feet done and trying on man purses and shit. So when you walked into that burning building, and so this is where this space is gone. And I ain't trying to be long with it, but we're seeing this real time, and we're trying to say, yo, man, listen to the voices of maturity, I know you think we're being hard with y'all, but like we're saying, and we covered the story that what was a dude from this space went to a woman's clinic. Remember when we covered that story, DERELL?
Yep.
And he went to a woman's clinic because the woman didn't want to give him no time of day and shot up the women in the clinic.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Red pill. Red pill.
he red pill, mind you, when they detained him, he said I'm a red pillar. I'm Mick
Mm,
Taylor.
mm.
This man
Yep.
he believed in the doctrine. He believed. Now, mind you, let's go look at Nico's world. Nico's world. Travel. That dude got caught hiding kids in the trunk of his car, going overseas, having sex with children. We don't see, like I'm saying, the ones that y'all prop up or the ideals you prop up, we're seeing people go to the extremes and beyond. Same dudes who don't want to be on child support ran up on his baby mother in the courthouse and shot her up on the courthouse step. And Tommy Sotomayor said, "Hey, he was laughing about it. Y'all better wake up about the powers that be, because see, they'll be your friend. They'll be your friend so long as you giving them that cash, that donation, and they'll keep putting out that shit. But then when your ass it hits you, you will be their next story. You will be their next story for them to cash app off of. I'm trying to tell you right now. This is why I said, y'all be careful, because understand, the FBI and different powers that be, they are watching y'all space.
Yep.
They are
Yeah,
watching y'all space.
yeah. I've encountered the FBI before, but I want
They
to
are.
go ahead and start winding it down because I'm getting ready. I'm getting tired. I'm ready to go to sleep.
I
But
feel you.
I
I
got
feel
one
you.
more question, and then we're gonna do the final thoughts. But DeRell, starting with you, what do you think about this conversation that's going around the manosphere as of lately about financial abortion? There's a petition out there. I don't know if you've seen it. I know that BMT has seen it because he's familiar with JI. But
I am too.
what do you think
I
about men being able to opt out during
let me
pregnancy?
don't let me get started. Me and Ji have had some of the most intense. I have valiantly debated and tried to debunk this foolish notion that this guy keeps spewing out. He's another one that's idealistic and just not practical. I tried to tell this dumbass that that this thing will never pass. You're not, once the child is already here, they're not going to excuse you from taking care of the child because the state don't want to take care of the child. If you take away the responsibility of the man with a financial abortion, who you think gonna have to take care of that child? Who's
That's
gonna
the
come out of pocket?
that's the same argument I gave JI, and he
And
said that it was a separate issue.
no, it's not a separate issue. It's all intercollect. It's all interrelated. He just doesn't. The reason why he said that because he don't have a rebuttal for it. That's the reason. The other thing I looked at was the fact of he has to understand that the whole premise of the financial abortion is based on the fact of him stating that men and women are well, according to him, because of feminism, women and men are created equal, or are they're equal. And I told him, no, Ji, that is, equality never existed in the world and it never will. So if you're going to base a financial abortion based on equality, which doesn't exist, the whole premise of having a financial abortion is faulty. If we, let's say we did have a situation where things were truly equal, okay, then in that sense, you want to say you want to get a financial abortion, then how is that going to get passed? What are you willing? Forget the petition. Are you going to go lobby to state and local governments state and federal governments? Are you going to spend the money to get it introduced to the House? Are you going to spend the money to get the bill passed? See, you can't be out here doing all this superficial shit with petitions and so forth if you're not gonna go full scale to get it passed. That has to be passed. And then you gotta also look at the fact of, is it even constitutional? Because you do know, just because something gets passed by Congress and the Senate doesn't mean it's going to necessarily go through, because if the Supreme Court does its due diligence, they can find it constitutional and also not allow it to come into existence. You see, this is what happens when you got low level thinking, when you just throwing out blanket statements and you're not thinking through the whole action, the whole process of what it takes for something like this to happen. So that's my perspective on it.
Okay, well, I wholeheartedly agree with you, DeRell. You and I have the same arguments, basically. But I'm going to go ahead and let BMT wrap it up. Go ahead, BMT.
Yeah, man. I'm tired. And I just let down my dreads. And I think that's why I'm worried more so about the men and women of this space, because they so lost, and the viewpoints are getting more and more radical. There's no middle ground. There's no room for learning. And this is the sad part about one of the things we deal with in the Black community, is that we're seeing that instead of us get the healing, we're getting more of the poison. And I get it, y'all. I know a lot of people say, BMT, you're flip flopping. No, I'm very middle. I'm very understanding. I go to everybody's space. I talk with all of y'all. When we're shaming the family, when we're shaming our own people, other groups sit back and watch. And I don't give a fuck for them groups. But I know and I hear what they say. Us three, we hear what they say. We're not no broke ass people. But we hear what they say, but they're like, wait, that's not functioning. Why y'all acting like that? But again, people are pushing y'all into these things. Y'all, it's gonna be too late, man. I know some of y'all say, well, he got money. You see, so we'll say, well, because a person has money, they can push on their ideas to you. That's like saying that because a white man has money, he can call you the N with the R. There ain't nothing you can say about it. I say bullshit. So y'all self-esteem is that low. If y'all y'all really want to show that y'all don't fuck with that, don't go. Don't go. Don't deal with it. I don't go to no space that literally I do not feel no type of calm with. I don't care to sit in the cloud. I don't care to fuck with. I'm trying to let y'all know. Y'all don't know. Y'all done let these devils in, and they're not gonna leave. It's like the exorcism. Once you let that devil in that body, it's gonna be hard to get it out. It's gonna have its way. And so when you have it where they saying don't get with a black woman, that's literally gonna decrease your value. When you have it where black women are telling y'all they rather be with white supremacy, or that they're doggone that, hey, you need to just take whatever you can get and just, be thankful. And see, y'all don't understand, man. Trauma is real. I wish, just like they have them COVID tests whenever somebody go in a building, I wish we have a goddamn psychological aptitude mental test for where these people's brain is at before they even turn on the mic. So that way, boo-doo, oh, you're not fit. Let's do the mic. So you go through at least about 2 to 3 weeks of mental health training. You can't get this mic back. But Sally, we can't do it. DeRell, you would be too busy, man. You would be too busy. You would never have a day off. You like, God damn it. You back in here again? And what's bad about it, a lot of these people, they're fine with their bliss. They're fine with these. They're fine with their bliss. One person's already locked up, and
Yeah.
all y'all can do is a hashtag for $500 bail. But ain't
Yeah,
none of y'all can get that
I
person.
heard about that with Cluster B being locked up, and that's crazy. That is so crazy. I
So
don't
she
I don't
really
know
locked
the
up for real?
details. Yeah, a couple of people came to me behind the scenes. They said, yes, she's locked up. She's been locked up for some time now.
For 500, she can't get out for $500. Damn it,
But this the same
$500.
person said that she was stacking all his money.
DERELL, what is $500 to us, man? What is $500? What is
Wow.
500? I'm just saying, what's $500? Listen,
But
what these
here's the
people?
thing: there were people that were sitting up here clowning Reigning Womb Man because she helped me get a lawyer. She didn't help me pay for the lawyer. She just helped me find the lawyer, and they were clowning her. But these are the same people running around with a hashtag. Okay, what
That
is a
shows you
hashtag going to do for anybody?
that
Wait a
shows
minute.
you
Hold
that
on,
shows you
guys.
the type.
Y'all caught me off guard on this one. So you tell me. Wait a minute.
DERELL woke up.
Let's roll this back up. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me this lady had a $5,000 bond,
500.
$500 bond, and you mean to tell me that number one, she couldn't pay for it, and nobody, all these quote unquote supporters and people that claim they this and that, they couldn't chip in $500 to post a bill.
All these high value people.
But allegedly the bail was 500. But what I know about bails, because I went through it myself, you all know I got arrested. You can be in jail for about 3 days, and then on the third day, there's the bail hearing. Okay, if you don't have the money for the bail, what they'll do is they'll look at, your history and all that type of stuff, flight risk, and what you're in there for. And, normally they'll let you out on your own recognizances if you don't have money for bail. So, the mere fact that she's been in there so long, the bail was that small. Nobody bailed her out the first time, because I came up with this. It's so funny. My bail was $250,000 for aggravated assault, and I came up with $2,500 to get myself out.
DERELL, go get her out of jail, man. Go get her out of jail.
That's a damn shame, man. I really feel bad about this.
Y'all, I'm just saying, but hey, listen, y'all keep on enjoying y'all niggas. Listen, bro, this is the power of this space.
I don't know her. I mean, I don't know her real
I
name.
don't listen. I don't know her either. I don't know her either. But see, let me tell you why I brought
But you
that
know
up.
what? I mean, to be honest with you, I ain't trying to be petty, but she talked that shit about me. But we apologized and made up. But I'm really not a Cluster B person, even though I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. I don't want to see nothing bad happen to her. But man, she has done some bad stuff, man. I hate to say it.
I want to, but you know what, DERELL? I want you to understand the universal karma, because we're seeing when people doing this type of mistreatment, they're like talking down on people. You never know your time or your day where it might be your number.
But see, what I don't like is a good person like Reigning Womb Man that actually helped me physically with a lawyer because my stuff didn't even go to court. But that lawyer, he was so good. They didn't even bring the charges up. I mean, I don't even have, it's like I didn't have any charges against me when he was done. Reigning Womb Man hooked me up with that lawyer, and they were clowning her for helping me, actually physically helping me.
Why? I don't get that. Why would they call her for doing a good deed?
But mind you, we supposed to be talking about this. Supposed to be brotherhood, sisterhood. Looking out for each other. This is why I said, man.
Oh, let me ask you this: what did it involve a man?
No. It was a family member, and like I said, it was just a domestic squabble.
Okay.
And it was really, nothing. I didn't do anything illegal as far as like drugs or, nothing, shady like that. I just got into a fight.
And so they took it upon like you were unruly, you was acting, doing this and that, and you don't deserve to be out to get out. Is that the position they took?
Yeah, that's the position they took. But here's the thing, and I don't even
Ridiculous.
know what it is with Raw B, but when it comes to us, the system will try to railroad you. I will, put that out there. They will try to railroad you. They thought that I was one of these rinky-dink black people that couldn't get myself out of the jail. They were really trying to just shuffle me over to the prison because I mean, within 2 days, 2.5 days, they already had me in the women's prison.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, if I hadn't have came up with that $2,500 and my bail was set extremely high for somebody that didn't have any priors.
Yeah, that is extremely high. That was ridiculous.
So, I got out and Rain Woman helped me with a lawyer. And I don't think that they thought that somebody like myself would have a lawyer, but I did. And luckily I was able to go ahead and beat the case. The case didn't even make it to trial or court at all.
You had a good lawyer. I didn't even know that. Man, I'm out of.
But like I said, thanks to Sister Raining Womb Man who didn't put out a hashtag Free Faith. She actually put some work behind it.
But that's the people we should be pulling in. You understand what I'm saying, Faith? We should be pulling in the people that literally they're not about just getting on streams and doing cash ads and making money off of suffrage, but actually say, hey, okay, this is happening to my brother D. He needs such and such done. All right, guys, let's start putting toward our resources and actually start making some stuff pop. Like, see, I'd rather have one or two people that are capable of making things happen rather than that one person just to smile up in my face and sit on my goddamn panel and tell me about how they are of some type of value. Nigga, you ain't no value if you can't get things popping like that to me.
Man,
you ain't no value. I'd rather have one or two guys. Exactly. Like, I'd rather have one or two good people and just in my circle that I can know that, yo, man, if we want to get things, that's why I said I can always call on my brother D and we can have the good conversations and we watch each other out here.
Right, if it wasn't for me having a good friends like Rainy Woman and my girlfriend that I have been friends with for several years, she came with the $2,500, not even family. This is a friend. And when I got out, I gave it right back to her with the understanding that I could get my money back. You see what I'm saying? So these are the type of people that you want to have in your corner. Not that, you want to have a situation where you're going to jail, but you never know what life is going to deal you. And so you definitely want people in your corner that can help, not put out hashtags.
Right. But like I said, that's why I said these spaces right here are y'all better start choosing wisely. Who y'all truly want to, do y'all like the dysfunction? Do y'all like it where the minute y'all say something or y'all have a disagreement, somebody's jumping up on panels and literally talking down on it? But listen, I'm going to tell you right now. I remember when me and Rob B got into it on the panel. You know what somebody did? And I cursed them out. I said, I followed you. I'll get on the panel and curse her out. And I said, why? Good old friends.
Exactly. There's a way to disagree without being disrespectful. Rainy Woman and I have not seen eye to eye. We chatted behind the scenes about things that we don't see eye to eye about, but we still are friends and we still, communicate. Not seeing eye to eye is not the end all be all, and that's something that separates the adults from the children here in this space.
Right, I so agree, and I'm like I said, I don't think none of us want nothing to happen to this woman.
Yeah,
we don't want no harm to happen, but also, you know what? Sometimes, and I'm being honest, some people need a wake-up call. Some people need a wake-up call to realize that, hey, man, this shit out here is real. Yeah. That y'all might need to chill.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna speak too much on Cluster B situations. I don't know the whole situation. I don't know everything.
I just want to put it out. I'm putting it out there that we don't want no harm to happen to anybody.
Right.
But we don't want no harm. I don't want nobody to think maliciousness that we are looking that nobody on here wants anything wrong to happen to anybody black, whether we agree with them or disagree.
Yeah,
But we also want.
I didn't know she was really in jail or not. I just thought they was just throwing out stuff. I didn't know that was real.
But we also want to understand and listen, y'all. We really need to start learning how to build each other up rather than tear each other down, men and women. We really need to start learning how to do that. That's just being 120% with y'all. We don't start learning how to do that. Y'all understand that? Y'all done seen it with that white boy Kyle who done shot at people openly on national television. White people had no problem unless before he even hit in that jail, they had $67,000 put up for him on Facebook, Instagram, everything. I was like, God damn, they were ready.
But let me tell you how they treat us differently. Because my girlfriend that came up with the $2,500 to bail me out, she bailed me out the same day I was arrested, y'all. They didn't let me out until 3 days later.
Wow.
I wouldn't put up a lawsuit on that. But that's up for another time. But I'm saying that y'all gotta understand the system is not played the same for us how it is for certain people. It's just not.
Yeah, and then they'll lie and say, oh, it was a processing issue, but then you're seeing everybody else getting out but you.
No, they getting that attendance of having more bodies in the goddamn system. They need that attendance.
Yeah, so like I said with Cluster B, I don't sit up here and relish in the fact that she's in there because I know with my own experience what it's like, and they're very biased with our people, with our group especially.
I'm just glad, like I said,
that was news to me, man. I'm like, I didn't know she really was in jail. I thought they was just saying some shit because she ain't been on YouTube. But damn, that's horrible.
You were asleep when Tommy came to my channel about the big clap thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you deal. How did I miss all of this?
Like, yes, I did, man. I was tired, man. Hard work, man. But didn't it come out that I heard that she admitted that she lied. Was that true?
I don't know about the lying thing, but I don't know about that. I do know she did show all the receipts. That's the scary thing. She was able to produce. I was like, oh shit.
Wait a minute. But they had people telling me behind the scenes and on other channels saying that she admitted that she didn't really catch chlamydia.
Like I said, I'm not. We going like I said with these places and these things.
I thought he admitted. I thought he admitted that he did do it. I thought he admitted to it.
He admitted that he did show the text messages were confirmed, as well as the text messages, as well as the doggone the plane ticket and everything
that
he paid for. So again, that was all confirmed. I'm like, y'all are grown adults. Y'all do y'all have a good time. You two kids, but I want y'all to understand that some people are here. Like I said, Tommy done came out with two damn babies already. I'm like, y'all women, y'all should already know by now this nigga don't wear no condom.
That's an example of a high value man doing some reckless ass shit like that on YouTube.
Yes.
Tommy don't believe in no goddamn condom, and I'll be like, y'all still be going up to him raw. Tommy don't mind making no.
But I blame her for that, man. Because
I do too.
She knew. You should have known that.
Guy for the first time, no dates, and you having unprotected sex because that's how I want it. What the fuck?
Maybe Dick was that good. Maybe he was just.
But that just goes back to what I've been saying for the longest time: the desperation. And all these women sitting up here, they got their channels out, and they sitting up here talking about how to get the high value man and what they will and won't take and all this type of stuff. Is bullshit, okay? because we're being exposed for the desperate females that we are every day. When these females sit up here and travel miles and miles for penis, okay, for
And they
these high
paying for the
value
ticket.
men.
Baby mama number
And at
6,
least
you already know. She already got her. She said, I will never be with a Dusty. And you already see how that played out.
But the thing about it
broke
is
me
now,
down.
now when someone like me comes out and says, okay, we need to stop with the desperation. We need to just settle on finding out who we are as individuals and working on ourselves. And that it's better to be alone than unhappy. Oh,
Face to face.
when I say that, I done spoke blasphemy.
yeah,
They
because
get
the reason why they reject because they don't want to be alone.
right.
That's why they don't want to hear that alone shit.
And,
I'm just
and the funny thing is, I'm not talking about being alone forever. I'm just saying being alone long enough for you to garner that self-esteem and get your boundaries and your standards in place so that you can go out into the playing field fully loaded with, you know, whatever it is that you need to protect yourself. But you know, they hear better to be alone and unhappy, and they think that this is a sentence to die alone. You know, I can't.
hey man, everybody they flying out, but it's a lot of behind the scenes stuff going. They playing for them plane tickets.
Like I said, y'all, like I said, hey, I'm not mad at y'all. Plane tickets are cheaper now. I plan on finding me a sugar mama to one day take me and care for me. And I need a PlayStation 5 and a couch to sleep on. So I expect y'all teach me the
Well,
game.
you can come sleep on my couch, BMT.
Oh God, listen, you live a too healthy life. You eat cucumbers and goddamn and all that exercise and shit. No, that's too far out of my pay grade. And like I said, like
Well,
we,
I gotta maintain the Serena Williams shape, you
I
know.
no, that's too much for me. See,
Uh-oh.
that's the thing
Got
about it.
all them thunder thighs showing, huh?
But see, but hold on, but you got to think about that, D, and say the people that are we're. I think the thing that's the problem with it. We're too leveled where when we talk about standards and having self-respect and different stuff, and mind you, one of y'all girls that y'all call a high class pick me, she does have an OnlyFans. I'm not going to tell y'all gonna have to find it for yourself.
What?
Shout out to my people. Somebody has an OnlyFans account. So same people that y'all saying they got the standards or the juice, they're also the people that have OnlyFans accounts and they're doing some questionable things. And
Oh,
Uh
I know who you talking about.
I
Oh
know
my
you
God,
talking.
I know
y'all,
you talking about.
y'all might
Come on, BMT.
understand. Y'all, listen, BMP
But
gonna sit outside the church.
I called
I'm
this
gonna sit
person
outside the
out a
church smoking my
long
cigarette.
time ago. I called this person out a long time
I'm
ago.
gonna sit outside the church smoking my cigarette. I'll be that. I'll be that pastor, that dirty.
But these are the people that's giving this dating advice, and everybody's following the regimen. But I sit up here and I say, hey, love yourself. You know, find out who you are first. Find out what you like and what you don't like first. You know, be able to be with yourself first. Build your standards. Build your boundaries. You know, that shit falls on deaf ears. They've talking about that be alone stuff. I don't want to be alone. I got to have somebody right now.
They got as long as you got YouTube and you swarmed by a bunch of men and you got an OnlyFans account, hey, you made it. You made it.
Right, and I realize that not every woman is like me. Like me, I'm satisfied with my life the way it is.
No,
You
you're
know,
not. No, you're not. You
yes,
need to
I
get one
am
of these.
because
You need to get
I
one of
have
these men in this space
EMT.
and
I
keep
have
submitting.
lived. I have lived. I've been married. I've raised my children. My children are grown. They're successful. I've lived. So I'm doing whatever the hell I want to do now.
But why? But I want to ask a question. Why is there so much goddamn talk about submit? I ain't never heard this much goddamn. Y'all must. What's up with all this submit talk?
Man, when you with the right person, that shit is done and never discussed. These guys talking about stuff because they don't have their situation intact where this is done naturally. That's the problem. Because if a woman see that she's in the right situation, that shit happens naturally. These guys, you gotta understand, these guys, you talking about guys that don't have their shit together. They don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to treat women. When you don't know how to engage and so forth, this woman's not going to freely give you this because you're not providing the environment for her to even be this way. You can't be making $25,000 a year, barely can pay your own bills, and think somebody going and you have no drive to do better, and think somebody just gonna be submissive and you just gonna just do your every need, and you can't even pay for the roof to be over your head. I'm sorry, it just you have to have certain check boxes.
But
and
if she's
you
paying
don't
the
live,
bills,
that ain't
Darrell,
happening.
but if she's paying the bills and making the money, and I got her spending money on me, and I got game and power, then technically she's submitting to my power.
No, she controlling you and paying for you to live. And she can kick you out whenever she feel like it. That ain't submission.
You don't understand game, Darrell. We got game in these spaces. Game. She's submitting her check to me.
Shit.
A man.
And she could take that check away.
Lord have mercy. When we short head about a lot of dudes, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a lot of people in these spaces where the woman is wearing the pants while the dude is on YouTube talking all the shit. And
guys need to quit with all that game.
I'm just saying
that's young man talk. That's 21, 22-year-olds talking about some game and shit.
I'm just saying, I was getting clowned when I was hearing that real men make the girl pay 50% of all the bills, and you know what I'm saying, and I'm still the head of this household.
You can't be if you're not the head of taking care of things, you can't be the head of the household.
All I'm saying that, hey, if you can't ask for 50%, you can't say you're going 50-50 in, but then you want to say I want 100% full control of the house. Y'all roommates.
I want to ask Faith the question.
Go ahead.
She's a 50-50 girl.
Saying that you are established and independent as you are, okay, and let's say you meet a high value guy that wants to be with you and wants to commit to you and so forth, and everything is cool, but in this situation, once y'all do become one and so forth, he believes in 100-0. Are you willing to accept that?
Well, okay, 100-0, and who's paying the 100?
He's doing the 100. You doing 0.
How much does he make?
No, it doesn't matter how much he make. He's gonna take care of everything. You pay nothing.
He proposed to me.
Okay, well, I would have a problem with that because I don't know if he's going to have enough to get me with my extras, So
no, but he's taking care of everything.
But just because a man, see, this is what a lot of people don't understand. Just because a man says that he's going to pay all the bills doesn't mean that he's going to have enough left over for your extras.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you require 100% and the extras.
Yes.
She has a fighting spirit, so she don't know how to submit.
So okay, well let me rephrase this question. So would you rather go with an 80-20 guy, but even though you paying 20%, he give you extras, as opposed to a guy 100% 0 but no extras?
Right. I would rather the 80-20 guy because I know that my extras, which is my comfort zone, I know that I would have those things that make me comfortable in that relationship. See, the 100% guy, even though he's giving me what I need, he's not giving, I don't know if he's going to be able to give me what I want.
So you would rather come out 20% to get extras?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, say for instance, there's something that you like to do outside of just paying bills. would you be happy with the fact that you're just paying bills, but you can't have anything extra, DeRell?
Yeah, but you're not coming out of pocket for anything though. I would assume that you have that discretionary income because you're not paying for anything.
But the thing about it is, like you're saying a 100-0, does that mean that I'm not working? Because if he's doing
No,
100 and I'm doing 0 and I can still work, then yeah, I'll take the
yeah,
100.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're working, and that's why I said you still have your income, and you don't pay anything from your income. He takes care of everything. 100%. You have all of the money that you earn as discretionary income or for whatever uses that you choose to.
Okay, well, I misunderstood the question then. If that's the case, then the better deal is the 100-0.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Maybe I didn't phrase it yet. What I meant was that you're working, meaning that you still because the reason why I asked the question because you spoke earlier about if you were making like a high value man could be like 60, 70,000. Let's say you make 115, 120. And even though you may make more than him, you still consider that guy to be of high value if all the other check boxes check out. And you're looking at a total amount of like 180 or more. That's a good situation from a household income standpoint. So when I heard you say, I said, well, maybe I'm gonna ask you a question in regard to that from a scenario of even though you're making whatever amount of money you're making, he takes care of everything 100%, and you keep your income is basically for whatever uses that you choose.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would go for something like that.
Yeah, I was just curious. Okay.
But let me go ahead and start closing it down
Okay.
because it is going on 4.5 hours. But you guys have really been holding me down. Thank you so much,
All
Dita,
right.
for
No problem.
coming through and holding me down. I really appreciate that. And also BMT. Ooh, it's a lot of feedback. Hello, BMT.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right. I
ma'am.
just want to make sure that you were on the string. So, did either of you guys have any final thoughts before I close it down? Who wants to go first?
I'll just say great show. Appreciate you for doing the live. I'm up a little bit, but it actually was very entertaining. And I definitely will chime in again whenever because I'm this is the first time I've ever been on a late night shift with you. I've usually check you out in the morning, but definitely was an interesting show and keep up the good work. Talk to you later.
All right. Thank you. And BMT, what's up? Any last final thoughts here?
Well, like I said, I was gonna do my show, but you know what? I had to come over and sit with my homie, my girl, Faith. Like this was a really good talk. And you know what I'm saying? That a lot of people are peeping that hey, that this is not looking very good and conducive. And somebody said, well, he's gonna take legal back. No, he's not. Welcome to YouTube. You say something, better be a man, stand on your word, and be prepared for what you say. So, it is what it is. He said it. Now, a lot of people, we understand that, you know what? People can say stuff and nobody's going to hold certain people feet to the goddamn stove. They're not. So I just said that it is what it is. You know what? Be prepared. You'll see probably more of these type of actions coming out more broadened. I'm waiting for our full. I'm just waiting for our first full-on gay YouTube content creator in this space, so that will be open. They'll probably surpass some of these people. So I that's what I want. I just want one to just come out and just say I am what you see, and just so that way we can get it out the way. I just want to just speak your truth. I think that person kill it out here in this space because honestly, we see a lot of these men coming out. So it's fine with me. I will accept y'all. I will accept y'all. Just what I'm saying, come out and speak y'all truth. You know.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, BMT, and I agree with both you and DERELL, by the way. And I'm going to go ahead and close it out also in my own way. So let me go ahead and just move it over to just my screen here. Hold on a second, if I can do that. There we go. All right, here I am. So I'm going to go ahead and start the camera, guys. All right, so I'm going to close it out the way that I started it online. I want to thank everybody that came into the chat room, Baratiki, Blue Devil, Water Sniper, everybody that came out and supported, even the people that's just watching from the clouds. I want to thank you. I try to make these streams as thought-provoking as I possibly can, and cater to everybody. I don't want it to be too cerebral where it goes over your head. And at the same time, I don't want it to be like too elementary where it's just kind of like flat. So I like everything at an even keel so that there's something for everybody in these streams. One thing that I do want to say is that with the whole Kevin Samuel situation, that is something that I think is going to play out primarily in the manosphere space. I do believe that there will be some sort of civil war because there are a lot of guys that are not really feeling the whole Kevin Samuels asking about another man's member. And a lot of his talking points, a lot of real men don't really agree with. Real men, they look at his talking points and they see it for what it actually is. And it's very divisive. It's very low key, catty, as far as like how he goes at the women. And he doesn't really seem to be concerned with actually helping anybody. And that's going over a lot of people's head. But unfortunately, his money is not primarily in the manosphere sector. He has crossed over into a whole nother line of people because he has the women that he's getting off of Facebook that he's pretty much bamboozled into thinking and buying into this. So they're coming over to his channel, and a lot of men love to see him dogging them out. So they're paying him nicely to dog these women out and lower their self-esteem. And so, I don't know if anybody's going to catch on to that anytime soon, but I don't see his money slowing down. But I do see that there will be some kind of, this is going to trigger some kind of civil war in the manosphere where the real men are going to start challenging men like this on his side. So that's what I want to end with. And I do want to thank all the guests that came up here. Miss Gigi, I want to thank you for coming up here, even though you were kind of happy when you came up here. Yeah, I had a couple of shots too, Miss Gigi. So, but I can drink a lot. I have a high tolerance, so I can hold my alcohol. But I hope that you're sleeping well tonight. And Water Sniper says, I belong to him. Yes, Water Sniper, I'm all yours, okay, for the next 5 minutes. But at any rate, thanks everybody for coming out here and supporting the channel. Please do come again. And I promise that I will come back with even more thought-provoking, provocative content. And I'm out. Thanks.